hands. All right. And we are now live on YouTube. Vermont delegate Archie Flowers should be a panelist because he's a delegation chair.
He needs to upgrade his Zoom, and he says he's having problems with that. I'm happy to help him. If he wants to give me a call, I'll PM him.
Are you able to communicate that with him?
I'm going to right now. Okay.
And we'll get that worked on. It is 6 o'clock. We will call this convention of the Libertarian, this 2020 Libertarian National Convention to order at 5 p.m. Austin time. I'm going to give everybody how things work in this webinar system so that everybody knows, and we're going to get people oriented first. First of all, thank you for being here tonight. This is a historic thing. We are the first national political party to have an electronic convention brought up by the fact that travel restrictions and the rest of COVID-19 makes it impossible for us to all meet together in Austin this weekend. So what we are using for the convention tonight is Zoom. We're using it in webinar mode. It allows for up to 3,000 participants, so more than enough for the delegations. In the webinar mode, we have panelists. All of the state delegation chairs should be panelists, along with the secretary, assistant secretary, and various Zoom helpers to make the meeting go smoothly. Panelists can mute or unmute their microphones themselves. And so if they have an interrupting motion, they can say, point of order. They shouldn't do it too often, but they can say it, and we can find that person and recognize them. If you are an attendee and have an interrupting motion, like a point of order or a point of parliamentary inquiry that needs immediate attention, there is a Q&A function in Zoom. In the Q&A, you put point of order, or point of parliamentary inquiry, or point of personal privilege, and we will monitor that Q&A for interrupting motions only. That is all Q&A is for. It is not for asking Qs and getting As. Please don't do that because it clutters it up and it slows business down. My goal for this evening is to get through the initial credentials report, the adoption of that credentials report, with the delegates who are registered and credentialed for the convention. We will then move to adopting the agenda. At that point, motions to amend the agenda would be in order. And most of you should have been able to practice. There are, for tech support issues such as there are, we have delegation chairs are able to have access to get tech support issues done. Mr. Fishman, if you want to just tell people how tech support's going to work.
There is a site. Let me put it in here real quick. We have up, hang on. I'll share it with Chris Crawford, and she can post it at the bottom of her screen in a second.
Okay, so then that would be where delegation chairs can contact you for tech support issues?
Yeah, delegation chairs have a special way to contact me.
Okay.
We also have a website up of basic Zoom.
Okay.
Most people, for technical issues with Zoom, Google is going to be your #1 option. People who want to test their microphone in the bottom left, if you're not on a phone, there's a chevron. Click on it. It says test speaker and microphone, so that you can test it in process in the mute button. That's only for people who aren't on phones. But those are the best ways to facilitate yourself.
Okay. All right. we will now move to the queue. And I believe I have Maine Delegate Tyler Rowe. Go ahead, Mr. Rowe. And who is presenting for the Credentials Committee? Is Ms. Hogarth?
Yes.
Okay. So I would like to recognize you to give the initial credentials report before I recognize somebody else.
You're the chair. Are you doing so?
Yeah, I'm going to do so.
Okay.
Go ahead, Ms. Hogarth.
Okay. I wanted to thank the Credentials Committee for their hard work because it's been a crazy year. Andrew Forrester from California, Nathan Gall from Wisconsin, Lee Lachine, Alabama, Pete Molds, California, Mark Patora from New York, Emily Salvet, Michigan, Celicia Schlafter from Florida, Carl Wisnick, Virginia, Bo Zimmerman, Texas. And I wanted to especially thank the LP staffers, Andy Burns and Dan Fishman, for their heroic technical feats. By the deadline on Sunday, May 17th at noon, when the Credentials Committee met and had received from the Libertarian parties 51 affiliates, the names of 1,044 delegates and 601 alternates. The committee verified these delegates and alternates for credentialing. 3 submissions were found to be ineligible as either delegates or alternates. No contested delegations or seats have been brought to the Credentials Committee for resolution. As of 4:30 p.m. Austin, there are 905 delegates registered in attendance and entitled to vote. These are listed on the report provided to the secretary. Quorum is 362, a simple majority is 453, 2/3 is 604, and 7/8 is 792. On behalf of the Credentials Committee, I move that the submitted roll of delegates be the official roll of the voting members of the convention.
Okay. There is an objection. There is objection, at least one objection from a delegate. So what we're going to do, we're going to start with Maine Delegate Tyler Rowe. He was at the top of the queue. I was going to recognize him. What I'm going to let people know is I'm recognizing people for debate on the adoption of the initial credentials report. So,
Chairman, could Ms. Hogarth repeat the numbers, the totals?
sure.
Yeah, forgive me, I'm sorry, I talked too fast. 905 total. Quorum of 362, simple majority of 453, 2/3 of 604, and 7/8 792. Yes.
Okay, so I believe Maine Delegate Tyler Rowe. Go ahead, Mr. Rowe.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have no comment on the credential report. I have a substitute agenda.
Okay, good luck. We'll get there, but that's not in order at this time.
Consideration of the question.
What was that?
I object to consideration of the question.
You're objecting to consideration of the initial credentials report?
No, to the alteration of the agenda.
Oh, yeah. Trust me, you're not going to be the only one, but we're not there yet.
Okay.
So I'm not finding any motions to adjust the agenda in order prior to the credentials report being adopted. So we're next going to go to Kentucky Delegate Chris Wiest. Or, sorry.
Yeah, my motion was actually to adopt the agenda as proposed by the ONC, but I think that's not in order right now, and so
It's not, but it'll get there. Trust me. There's players for every piece in this puzzle. We just have to get to them. So I'm going to keep going through the speaker queue. Hopefully we'll get people that have something about the credentials report that's been proposed.
Mr. Chair.
Who was that that's so echoey?
Delaware calls a question, and Delegate Will McVeigh moves to
No.
second the adoption of the credentials report.
So Delaware doesn't
I
get
object.
recognized out of order to call the question, first of all. Secondly, the credentials report comes from a committee, so it doesn't need a second, but I appreciate Mr. McVeigh's support. We are going to move to some of these parliamentary inquiries. Then we're going to get back to the speaker queue. If everyone gets in the speaker queue for the credentials report, if you don't really want to talk about the credentials report, this is going to take longer. So word to the wise should be sufficient. New Jersey Delegate Daniel Kraus is recognized for a point of parliamentary inquiry. Mr. Kraus, we just have to find you to let you speak. Somebody can find New Jersey Delegate Daniel Kraus to ask.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me?
You can now. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you. I have a point of parliamentary inquiry. When is the appropriate time for motions to add alternates to delegations that were not able to be previously added? Thank you.
I think as a matter of parliamentary procedure, you could move to amend the report that has been submitted by the committee. It's not usually clean to do it that way, but it would require it to only have the majority vote required to adopt the initial report.
If I may,
Ms. Hogarth, go ahead.
that would cause some technical issues just in terms of being able to check the credentials of submitted names. We would love to be able to do that instantaneously, but I'm not sure how that could happen. What could happen is that people could submit additional alternates overnight and they could be credentialed and added to tomorrow's report for a 7/8 approval. I feel like that would be a good process.
That is the preferred procedure. In general, when the Credentials Committee has verified that alternates are in fact eligible to be delegates and fit within the allotment, and they move a modification of the credentials report, it does regularly get the 7/8. So that would be the simpler way to do that. Did that answer your question, Mr. Kraus? I assume the answer is yes. I'm just looking to see. There's a point of parliamentary inquiry from Massachusetts Delegate Peter Everett. Is there a second to the objection to the credentials report? There was at least an objection to the New York delegation. And so I don't think that objection needs a second. We can take debate on it. North Carolina Delegate Sean Haw raises a parliamentary point and indicates that this is not a debatable motion. Mr. Brown, does that match your understanding?
No, it is debatable.
Okay. Then we will continue to debate. That's not. There is a request for information for how many are present in Zoom. Right now I am showing 793 attendees and 60 panelists. So that's about 853 or 54. There is a request for Ms. Harlos to increase her font size somewhat. I will pass that on as a point of privilege. I believe the quorum numbers are on the screen. That's taken care of. I'm going to recognize Mr. Molman from Kentucky.
Mr. Chair. Uh-oh. Turn your mic off. Mr. Chair, I apologize, but according to the list that I'm looking at here, there are fewer than 800 attendees in this meeting at this time. The number continues to go up. I'm currently working with 2 Kentucky delegates, and therefore I would like to move to adjourn for 30 minutes to get us closer to the 1,044 credentialed delegates. Most of these seem to be technical issues.
We have 905. for this initial report? We have 905 for the initial report, and right now I'm looking at 800 and roughly 855 people in this meeting right now. So I recognized you because it would be interruptible to move to recess for that time period. I don't think it will be well received by the 800 and some odd people who are already in.
I don't know, Mr. Chair. I just know that 15% of our people aren't here yet.
All right, well, what we can do, this is a great chance for us to determine if we can, the question I'll present to the delegates is whether or not we should recess for 30 minutes in order to allow people to get in. If we can do a poll, yes, no, or abstain on whether or not to recess for 30 minutes.
Give me 1 second, Chair, and I'll prepare that. Chair, can you say one more time how you want the question worded? 30 minutes?
Whether or not we should recess for 30 minutes, but it's probably easier if you have a poll that just says, shall the question be adopted, yes, no, or abstain? But just in general, but shall we recess for 30 minutes, yes, no, or abstain? I would ask people to stop using Q&A for something other than privileged motions. Mr. McVeigh of Delaware and Mr. Jelinek of Minnesota raised the point of order that the motion to recess did not receive a second. I am still going to do the poll.
Mr. Chair, while waiting, can I raise a point of information?
Go ahead, Mr. Kelly.
Showing on screen in the credentials report, it says 604. Oh, thank you. That was corrected. Never mind.
Thank you. All right, Q&A is only for privileged motions. It is not for chat. If you don't have audio, you can type second in the Q&A if I ask for seconds, which I wasn't asking for seconds because I knew there would be a second. I have a point of order from California Delegate June Jenis, and the poll is out as far as shall we recess for 30 minutes. That poll will be held open for 90 seconds. After some previous tests, we've decided 90 seconds is long enough. So a yes vote will have us recess for 30 minutes. A no will allow us to continue with business.
Okay, here you go.
Out as far as shall we recess for 30 minutes.
Are you leaving?
All right, we are 40 seconds into the poll. So far, 86% of the delegates have voted, or potential delegates, since we still haven't actually adopted the credentials report. Okay, do we have the results of that poll? Did it go for the full 90 seconds? Go ahead.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Can
Yeses
you
were
display them? Or I don't know if that's the thing you can do.
I don't believe so, sir.
Okay, can you read them out?
Yes. Yeses had 252 votes at 32%. Noes had 512 at 64%. 4% abstained for 34 votes.
All right, we will not take a recess. I have a point of order from Ms. Jennings from California. Ms. Jennings, we have to find you to make you able to speak.
Yeah, I believe that earlier you said that Q&A could be used for objections, and I believe also point of information, but I'm less sure about that. But it is not showing that at the top of the secretary's screen. I request that it be added since you confirmed that it should be used for that.
Yeah, it can be used for objections and seconds.
Will you please order the secretary to add that then?
I will ask.
Mr. Chair, I will do that in one moment. I'm occupied with one other task.
Right. Point of personal privilege. Mr. Phillips raises a point of personal privilege that the Minnesota delegation feels 90 seconds is not long enough for the polls. I take the point of personal privilege, although I would point out that inside of the 90 seconds, we got greater than 90% participation, which is probably more than we get on a voice vote usually. So I'm not going to adjust the 90 seconds at this time. All right, so where we are, there is no currently pending motion anymore. There's no currently pending other motion. The motion that is on the floor is to adopt the credentials report submitted by the Credentials Committee. There was objection to it, so we will go to debate on that report. It requires a majority to adopt the report. The next speaker I have listed is California Delegate Joe Dean. Go ahead, Mr. Dean.
Yes, thank you. Joe Dean from California. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, Mr. Dean.
Okay, thank you. I have no way of telling whether anybody can hear me. I am sort of objecting, although my objection could be eliminated if there's a clarification. I believe I understand what the report is saying about the number of people registered. It says 905 delegates registered. And from all past experience with these conventions, registered in the credentials report means registered for the convention.
Correct.
We can add people to it later as people sort of come to the registration desk, and that's fine. But it's something we each do once for the convention.
Correct.
However, today I heard an alternative interpretation from some other people. Can you tell me if my interpretation is correct before I go waste any more time? Because if not, I need to clarify.
What you've said so far is correct.
Okay.
So what's this alternative interpretation?
Okay, well, the alternative interpretation that I heard and was attributed to some official people, but I've never seen this in writing, and even though I've asked for clarification, I've never gotten a response. That some people seem to think that somehow we have to register per day, and this interpretation, which strikes me as odd, is kind of supported by the wording of the ballot that was used for us to register this morning. I don't think that would be a good thing to do. It makes no difference right now to the number, because the number of people who have registered so far is the same as the number of people who are registered today so far. But it could make a difference in the future. And so I want to make sure that everybody understands what this credentials report means. If there were actually any confusion about that, it might be appropriate to amend the wording so that it says 905 delegates registered so far for the convention, just to make it absolutely clear. I'm not going to make that motion right now. Somebody else might want to do it.
No, because it's not necessary, because it is clear.
Okay, I just want to make sure what the distinction is, because if we have to register each day, we could have some very bizarre circumstances. It's not, as I said, it's not going to make any difference right now. But say tomorrow morning, we have the tentative schedule is that we start quite early in the morning. It may not seem early to you, but to the people on the West Coast, it's quite early. And if people had to register each morning, we could have a situation where the people in the Western states might not even have gotten up yet and had a chance to read their email to respond to such a registration procedure.
But I've
And-
already said that that's not the case. So why are we
Very
going
good.
down this?
I just wanted to make sure you understood the question. It sounds like you did understand the question and that my interpretation is correct. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Dean. All right. I next have New Hampshire Delegate Darrell Perry. Go ahead, Mr. Perry.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I object to the seating of 27 of the delegates from New York in violation of bylaws 10, Article 10, Section 6A, that says use of the unit rule or unit voting is prohibited at national conventions. And 27 of the delegates were essentially appointed by the Hornberger campaign in connection with the now canceled New York presidential primary. So in violation of 10.6A, I object to the seating of those delegates.
Mr. Perry, I'm going to inquire of the delegation chair. I'm going to get an answer I expect, and then I'm going to rule your objection out of order once I get that answer. I'm just giving you a little telegraph. Mr. D'Orazio, are you available?
I am.
Mr. D'Orazio, are
Can
any
you
of the
hear me?
New York delegates required to vote in any particular way in the presidential nomination process?
Absolutely not.
Okay. Do you intend as delegation chair to in any way enforce New York statutes that would be in contravention of the Libertarian Party's bylaws?
Oh, hell no.
Okay. Mr. Perry, with that clarification, do you want to maintain your objection or would you withdraw it?
I will withdraw the objection and call the question.
Thank you. Mr. Perry would like to end debate. We will.
I object.
I,
Chairman, point of order.
Whoa, 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 whoa. All right. Let's not get ahead of me. I'm going to take the point of order from, I believe it was Dr. Ahmad. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay,
It is inappropriate. It is inappropriate for someone to engage in debate and then to move to close debate.
It is, so I'm going to make the explanation I get to make at every convention because this is one of those tricky little points of parliamentary law. It is not good to ask to close debate after you've engaged in debate. It's seen as a little bit underhanded. It's not really good parliamentary procedure. Your fellow delegates are going to be mad at you about it. It's going to feel like you played a trick on them. It is, however, in order. It is one of those moves that you should avoid doing, but is not out of order to do. I do anticipate that there are people who want to continue debate on the credentials report, and I also anticipate there are people who don't. And so rather than asking for objection and having a bunch of people put in objections in seconds, I will move to a voice vote on whether or not to close debate. And we will do that with the polling function. And so the current question is, shall we close debate on the motion to accept the initial credentials committee report? A yes would be to close debate. A no will allow us to continue debate. If we could do a poll in the yes, no, abstain format. And that will be open for 90 seconds. Again, yes, we'll close debate on the credentials committee report. No will have us continue debate. The poll is out now.
Mr. Chairman, even though I cannot vote, I'm receiving the polls. I am simply not voting, although if you would prefer, I may abstain, but I think it's better to simply not vote.
You can do either one, Mr. Brown, if you need to get that off your screen. If we get to some super close vote, we're going to do some alternate procedure to do a division because of some of the approximations made by the software where you have people who, for example, are sitting at one computer.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman.
Point of order from South Carolina Delegate Mr. Thornton. Go ahead.
We have a few people in the Q&A who have raised privilege motions that have not been recognized yet, in particular South Carolina Delegate Matthew Hicks.
I will, I'm trying to keep up with the privilege motions. I will work on that and catch back up with them. If you would be patient with me, I would appreciate it. Was that poll open for 90 seconds?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So we have 518 in favor of ending debate, 201 opposed, 57 abstentions. So that's more than 2/3. We will be done with debate. I will now take the privilege motions before we move to a vote on the Credentials Committee. We'll get that Q&A queue filled out. Pennsylvania Delegate Jeff Douglas feels that he's not credentialed, but he's done everything asked of him. I will leave that to someone from the delegation chair to deal with. Ohio Delegate Homer Taft has a parliamentary inquiry about whether or not presidential candidates should be allowed to be nominated for VP. The motion does not have to be an agenda amendment. It can be a suspension of the rules and be done before we move into the nominations for vice president. And then the written motion can be sent to secretary@lp.org if you want to have it to her. There's a request for information related to credentialing from New Hampshire Delegate Gilletta Jarvis. When was it done? And was it done from the emails, and when was the cutoff? It was the Sunday credentials meeting was the list. And then those emails were done in the run up to now.
Mr. Chair, can I have a point of information? This is Mimi from California.
Once I get through all of the stuff in the Q&A, Ms. Robson, I'll come
Okay,
to you.
I only say this because I cannot do anything in the Q&A.
Right, I will get to you. Is it
Okay,
good
thank you.
information that's related to whether or not we proceed to our vote?
Correct. Well, it's a question generally, which is why I had my hand up about the credentials report. I didn't get my list of delegates until not long before this started and wasn't able to swap in alternates. So I just want to ensure that I still can swap in enough alternates to be up to my 107 delegates, or if I'm stuck with the 92 that are credentialed, is my cap.
You will be able to do that again. The Credentials Committee will do a new report at the opening of the morning session where they add in the subsequently credentialed people.
But my point is I have credentialed alternates that I can swap in for primary delegates that aren't currently credentialed. I mean, not currently in this election buddy thing, but they're previously credentialed, which I wanted to swap in to start with.
And we will be modifying the credentials report on the normal schedule for modifying credentials reports.
You are missing my point.
Yeah, I might be able to help.
Go ahead, Ms. Hogarth.
If I'm understanding you correctly, Ms. Robson, you want to be able to swap out delegates for alternates that have been credentialed, right?
No, you're misunderstanding me. I could have, I believe, had upgraded alternates to delegates if my primary delegates did not show up.
Yes.
Is that not correct? That's my
That is
question.
correct.
So my
Yeah.
question is, because I wasn't able to get a list of my credentialed primaries, I wasn't able to do so before this credentials list. Therefore, I have another 15 people that I would like to add in to be part of this credentials list because I wasn't given that opportunity to do so.
And you will not be given that opportunity at this time. We're going to move to a vote. Ms. Hogarth, do you have further
Okay, so
well, I just,
what would normally happen is
I do think it's incumbent upon the chair to police their delegation, but that's not my place to say.
All right. So it's my understanding, Ms. Hogarth, that the Credentials Committee report is based on the people who have registered. It has been adopted as initial report, and that it would be technically unfeasible to swap in new people before we adopt that first report. Is that correct?
I mean, there's swapping going on. I think her bigger question is not having access to a currently updated list of delegates in the room. So not being able to look around and see.
No,
Oh,
no,
then
that's
I'm
not my
sorry.
question. My question is, if it were a normal convention and 15 of my people didn't show up, I would have been able to upgrade them to delegates at the start, that they would be considered delegates as voting members of this body. I was not given that opportunity because I'm not seeing the people in the room, and I didn't get that list until just before this meeting started. So
Yeah.
will I be able to add 15 alternates to come up to my 107 full delegate list because I wasn't given that opportunity? Or do I have to wait till tomorrow morning for that?
No.
And if I
So
do,
we
I think that that's not fair.
So we do have a process for that that's been shared with all chairs. There's a communication channel open to have the swaps done in near real time. The Credentials Committee is doing those swaps, and Dan Fishman here on the floor as quickly as possible.
Okay, and I hate to belabor this, but my point is, it's not a swap. 15 people did not fill out the election buddy thing. So right now I've got 92 people. Am I only able to swap for those 92, or can I add 15 additional
you can fill your
alternates as
delegation.
delegates? Thank you. That was my question.
Yeah, maybe this is a question for the chair, but it's my understanding that if you have those delegate spots, you can remove a delegate who's not showing up, just as you would in a physical.
My point is that they're not currently in your report. So can I add 15 more people to make me up to the 107?
How would you add people who are not in the credentials report?
Because they already signed in through Election Buddy as alternates, that they're ready and willing to be part of this, but they're not currently in this meeting or on that report.
Hold on a second. I don't understand what your question is, Ms. Robson.
Right now, in the credentials report, there's a number of people that credentialed through Election Buddies. Those are all primary delegates. I have 15, I'm missing 15 of my 107 that I can right now put in alternates to take their place. I was not able to do that prior because I didn't know that number until this meeting started.
Yes, now you can, and you should. And you have a communication.
Okay, so I can add in those 15 people. I'm not swapping, I'm just adding. So thank you very much. I appreciate that. That answers my question.
So I'm not sure what adding means. You can't add delegates. You have to.
It means I'm not taking anybody out. I'm taking people out as far as credential delegates, but not the Election Buddy, which is what's on your credentials report. I just wanted to be clear of that. I think you've answered my question. So thank you. I'm sorry I took up so much time. I guess I wasn't making myself clear, or people weren't understanding me. But I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Okay. South Carolina Delegate Matthew Hicks has a parliamentary inquiry. Somebody can let Mr. Hicks speak.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question is it a privileged motion to move that we limit debate?
It is not interruptible to move to limit debate. No, you have to be.
Okay, thank you, sir.
All right. There's a point of parliamentary inquiry from Mr. Bowman from Michigan. It has to do with whether or not you're supposed to log back in with new codes for Election Buddy. We'll get to Election Buddy questions when we get there. We're not there right now. That's not parliamentary inquiry. I have a point of order from Nebraska Delegate Scott Zimmerman. Regarding the polling at 90 seconds not being long enough. Mr. Zimmerman, go ahead and please explain how this is a point of order.
Mr. Chairman, I am objecting to your ruling that 90 seconds is long enough, and I'm encouraging the delegation to consider moving the polling to 2 minutes. I even get 2 minutes in my fantasy draft. So I would think that there are groups of individuals that are meeting together, and physical conversations maybe require a little bit longer. And I have gotten some feedback that it is causing some sense of panic responding to these polls.
All right, I'll go to 2 minutes. We'll see how that goes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You're welcome. Right. Let's see, I have Nevada delegate David Colburn objecting to consideration of the question, which I do not think is in order. California delegate Aaron Starr says that he has a point of order. Go ahead, Mr. Starr.
Thank you. Just so we're aware, my point of order was raised 13 minutes ago, and I'm just getting to it now. And there's a real problem here because you're asking for a vote, and yet you've got points of order in the queue.
What point of order do you have, Mr. Starr?
Here's my issue. Maybe it's when
point of order.
I'm doing my best, Chair. I'm doing my best. I'm sorry, I'm not going to give you the exact wording that you're looking for, but I'm trying here. When you ask for a vote to approve the credentials report, I can't tell by looking here how many people have issues that need to be brought up. I can't see the room. Is there any way you can ask? Is there any other folks out there who are in line waiting to, fix a credentials issue? Because right now I'm just blind here. Everyone's blind here. We're relying on you.
How is that out of order, Mr. Starr? How is it not in order?
Because we don't have the information to make a decision. We need the information to make the decision.
There has been a motion to close debate on the question. After there was discussion on the question, the motion to close debate passed by over 2/3. So how are we not in order, Mr. Starr?
You need to have the ability to ask the question, is there anybody else who's seeking to be addressed? I would have voted yes had you said, no, there's no one else seeking to be addressed here, or there's only 3 people or 4 people. You're not giving us the information so we can make decisions. So I'm voting no by default, and I don't want to.
Mr. Starr, you're engaging in debate, which is not appropriate. You're claiming that there's something out of order because there may have been people who were seeking to be recognized in debate, but that is always the case when the body moves to close debate. Is it not, Mr. Starr?
But normally I can see how many people are at the microphone ready to talk on this, and I can't see that.
You can't see the
Chairman,
speaker queue?
Mr. Chairman, Dean Ahmed of Maryland, may I make a short statement that might help?
You can try, Dr. Ahmad.
I just want to draw Mr. Starr's attention to the fact that on the screens is a list of the people waiting to speak. And so if he just glances at that list, it may not be complete, but it'll give him a lower limit on how many people want to speak.
But no, because these people maybe want to speak on another subject. I can't tell whether these folks want to speak on the subject at hand.
And you cannot tell that in an in-person convention either, Mr. Starr.
Normally I can tell by people who step back from the line when they want to speak on that subject.
And that is not something you're able to do here, Mr. Starr. And please help me figure out how this is a point of order.
This comes back to my suggestion before. Have a separate queue.
Suggestion a point of order, Mr. Starr? Because you interrupted the queue with a point of order.
I need information to know how to vote. The chair needs to give me information to know how to vote. I'm entitled to that.
What information do you need, Mr. Starr?
I need to know how many more people wanted to talk about credentialing. That's what I needed to know. I'm entitled to that information.
You are not entitled to that information, Mr. Starr, and you will not receive it. Point of order from Ms. Mattson. Ms. Mattson, as soon as we can find you. There you go.
Okay, so first I want to point out that other people have been recognized while, kill your volume. Sorry about that. Other people have been recognized for non-privileged matters while I've had a point of order in the queue. My point of order is related to the results on the motion to close debate, which are listed as 518 to 201. It takes 2/3 to adopt this, but the chair noted that we have many participants who are sharing connections and they're not able to raise their hands. And he said that we would do something different if it were a close vote. But how do I know how close is close? Is this is this vote close enough that the people that are sharing connections could make a difference? Because it wouldn't take that many people to impact, the outcome of this vote. And we just did a hand raise and the shared connections can't vote.
So what are you requesting, Ms. Matson?
We need to know how many shared connections there are to know how close a vote is, so that we can ask for, more formal division, because I don't know whether or not this motion passed, because not everybody could raise their hands. So my question is whether or not this motion actually passed.
It's my ruling that it did pass.
Well, it's close enough then that I will ask for division, because I don't know how many people are sharing connections.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Kielski?
may I make a quick suggestion? For the satisfaction and provide a little bit of information, why don't we do a poll that asks, are there 1, 2, and you just list a number of numbers of people on this connection, and just a very quick poll will be done in about 2 or 3 minutes, and then you'll have at least a better sense at this point in time how many people are sharing a connection. I suspect it's a very small number.
We can do that. We can do a poll where the question is, how many people are on your connection? The answers can be 1, 2 to 5, 5 to 10, and 10 plus. And as soon as that can be done technologically, we can get it done. I'm going to point out that there are 36 items in the Q&A now, and I know that there are not 36 interrupting motions in Q&A. So I'm going to ask the delegates one more time to only use Q&A for interrupting motions and not use Q&A to discuss things. I'm also going to ask that the administrators please identify who anonymous attendee is. All right, I believe that a poll is being prepared to ask people how many people are on a connection, and that will go out shortly. That is not the correct poll. That is not the correct poll.
I'll get this one.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, can I do a point of information while we're waiting?
Yes, Mr. Valente.
Yeah, didn't we send out instructions for people gathering in large groups to bring their devices to vote in matters such as this?
I believe that instruction was given to delegation chairs, but whether or not it was followed is unknown.
Mr. Chair, 1, 2 to 5, and 6 plus?
1, 2 to 5, probably 5 to 10, and then 10 plus.
6 to 10.
6 to 10, sure. Other computer scientists, always. All right, the poll about Zoom connections is going out. It will be held open for 2 minutes at the request of the delegate who wanted more time. There were some. We are 15 seconds in. We are 34 seconds in, and 814 of 946 people connected have voted so far. We're 1 minute in. We have 1 more minute on this poll. Massachusetts delegate Charlie Larkin raised a point of order about not being able to see the last poll. So if he cannot see this poll, he can raise this issue again. California delegate Samuel Oloa asks, where can one see the credentials report? One would have to request it from the secretary. It was provided to the secretary by the credentials committee. There is a parliamentary inquiry about limiting how long people are able to speak. Typically, speaking is limited to, I think, just a couple of minutes, and should be, people should follow that advice.
Point
Right,
of inquiry, Mr. Chair.
We're at 2 minutes. The poll is closed. 865, or 97% of the people connected, are on a single Zoom connection. 17 are on a connection with between 2 and 5 people, or 2%. 3 are on a connection with between 6 and 10 people, which rounds out to 0%. And 7 are on groups of 10 or more, which is 1%. Ms. Harlos, what was the
report that I was provided from Credentials has confidential information on it, such as email addresses.
Yeah, no, I'm not suggesting you give the entire report to the person. I'm saying that any request for information about the report would have to go to the secretary since you have the copy.
Okay, I'm just saying that I would have to do some work on it before I could release it.
Correct.
Ms. Harlos, we can send you a
Please, thank you.
deconfidentialized report.
Thank you.
All right. I am looking through the privileged, or the interrupting motions. We're going to see whether or not there's any points of order before we move to a vote on the credentials report, because we have closed debate and we are ready to move to a vote on that. North Carolina delegate Eric Raudsep has a tech support issue about North Carolina delegate Alex Smith not getting polls. I hope that somebody can assist with that. Florida delegate Shane George has 2 delegates on that connection, but only 1 can log in and vote. Arkansas delegate Michael Collegius raises a point of, I think it would be essentially a point of order that 2/3 is 604. That is correct for the credentials report, but for any sort of vote that requires a 2/3 majority, it's 2/3 of those voting, unless it specifies actually the whole body.
Point of order.
Who was raising a point of order?
It meant Dean Ahmed from Maryland.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, from those statistics that resulted from that last poll, it seems there are groups of 10 groups of 10 or more, which means there are at least 100 people in that group, in that category,
70.
which means that if they, well, you know where I'm going with this. In other words, we do not, Ms. Mattson is correct, and we do not know if the motion passed.
I'm ruling it passed. You'll need to appeal that if you'd like.
I appeal your ruling.
All right. Well, the simplest way we'll do this is we will have another vote and we will see whether or not it passed.
another vote will have the same problem.
Well, we will see whether or not it's enough of a problem for people to have.
Point of order, division has been called.
Yes.
So aren't we doing that by delegation?
No.
Isn't that what we were told we were going to do?
Who told you that?
I thought that was the procedure that was going to happen for our.
Yes, but Dr. Ahmad has raised the issue that the math did not allow for it to be an actual.
No. I'm sorry, sir. Maybe there's a misunderstanding. My point of order is that the division is in order, and if we are going to a division, then it is moot.
So,
What is needed is for those groups of 10 to divide themselves and report on what the vote is within that group of 10.
that would be the appropriate way to find the information if that was in fact what people wanted to do here. But
Mr. Chair, I would point out that by doing that, those people who had actually brought in multiple devices would be voting twice on this.
Stop, please, David.
Perhaps this is one of those cases when we're going to have to use election buddy.
No, it's not. So what we're going to do is we're going to have another poll on the question of whether or not debate should be closed on the Credentials Committee report. The options will be yes, no, and abstain. And we will see whether those numbers mathematically support a call for division. That is what we will do. So shall we move to a vote on shall debate be closed on the Credentials report? Yes, no, or abstain? All right, this is to end debate on the Credentials report and move to a vote on the initial Credentials report. Yes ends debate, no continues us in debate, abstain has an abstentionatory effect, if abstentionatory is a real thing. This poll will be held open for 2 minutes. We are about minute 30 in. All right, we have gone for just over 2 minutes. We have, can we close that poll, please? And share the results? All right, 746 yeses to end debate, 119 noes to not end debate, 28 abstentions. Clearly, that is over 2/3, even if these 7 groups that have 10 or more people don't actually have devices and weren't actually voting, it would not make it under 2/3. We will now move to a vote on accepting the initial Credentials Committee report. We will do that by a poll. If you wish to accept the initial report of the Credentials Committee, you'll vote yes. If you wish to object or vote against accepting the initial report of the Credentials Committee, you'll vote no. And if you want to abstain, you can abstain. So as soon as that poll is up and shared, I will give a time and we will get through at least that vote. All right, this is the motion currently on the floor is to accept the initial Credentials Committee report. A yes vote accepts the initial Credentials Committee report. A no vote rejects it. We are about 25 seconds in. We are 55 seconds in. The vote is on whether to accept the initial credentials committee report. A yes vote accepts it. A no vote does not accept it.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
there was a point of technical information passed along to me that it is possible for people who are using one computer to open multiple tabs and each log into their own Zoom account. I'm passing it along. I do not know if that is technically correct.
I don't know either, but people are free to try and get things to work as well as they can. We are a minute 32 into the poll. 900 of 958 people have voted. We have 20 more seconds. Again, a yes vote adopts the initial credentials committee report. A no vote does not. And we are now at 2 minutes. Final results with 909 total votes, 767 in favor of adopting the report, 104 opposed, 40 abstained. The initial credentials report is adopted, that being more than a majority. Again, those numbers are, I believe, 905 delegates, of which 362 would be a quorum, 453 would be a majority, 604 would be 2/3, and 792 would be 7/8. It being 7 o'clock, I would move that we take a 5-minute recess.
Excuse me, the Wisconsin chair, party chair, has a point of information for immediate consideration. If you could unmute Matt Buffman.
Yes, Mr. Buffman. Can somebody find Mr. Buffman for this request for information?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Because of ballot access issues has come to our attention, and the question I'm posing is that it's been noted that our secretary has indicated there are circumstances which she would not only would not certify a presidential or vice presidential nominees coming out of this weekend. And we would like to know under what circumstance the secretary would not certify the nominees selected this weekend.
Ms. Harlos, if you would like to respond to the point of information, you can, or the request for information, I believe.
With everything as it is scheduled now, I'm not going to mind the subjunctive and put out possible scenarios which would cause a problem. I'll only say that as of right now, there is no problem. And if there ends up being one, I have legal counsel who has assured me they'll be able to resolve the issue so that the things will be able to be signed without causing me problems or causing the party problems. So I do have legal counsel.
Can I just ask for clarification? Are you saying that you would request modification of the forms to meet your or your counsel's approval before signing them?
I'm not going to get into mining the subjunctive right now, Mr. Chair. The forms that you sent over, I don't have an issue with as of this point. And that's all I can say. At this moment in time, if we had nominees and you put them in front of me, I would sign them. I do think we're premature in sending 51 of them, but that's for other reasons that I'll address to the LNC. So as of this moment in time, there is no problem. All I am saying is if a potential problem comes up, I am confident it will be resolved and they will be able to be signed.
Mr. Buffman, does that answer your question?
It does, Chair. Thank you very much.
Okay. We have right now a lot of issues in the Q&A because there's a lot of stuff that doesn't look like it was necessarily points of order. We are going to be in recess until 7:10 so that the Q&A can get cleaned up. Hopefully people will be able to answer some questions and communicate with delegates directly. If you have issues, please try and get them resolved now, either through your delegation chair or if you're a delegation chair, through the staff. We will resume at 7:10 Eastern Time, 6:10 Austin Time with the business of the convention. We are at ease until that time, 6 minutes. Mr. Taft, if you're available, can you explain what your question on Rule 7 is? I'll try and answer it while we're kind of out of session. Oh, Mr. Taft, I have to find you to unmute you.
Chair Sarwark.
Go ahead.
Trying very hard not to be a pain. However, it is my understanding that with the conclusion of that motion, the next matter on the agenda is the agenda.
It is.
And forgive me, but this is a multi-part issue.
Sure.
Number one is Rule 7, as it has been explained to me, does not allow presidential candidates who are not nominated from being nominated for vice president if they didn't get tokens for that before. And there has customarily, as I understand it, been required to be a suspension of the rules in order to do that.
Right.
If that is the ruling of the chair, I'm not telling the chair to rule that, I'm saying if that is the ruling of the chair, then it is my wish, probably by adding to the agenda, but I'm seeking your instruction, to make a motion to amend, not suspend, amend the special rules of convention to permit that. And I've submitted that motion to Ms. Harlos. And the difference obviously being that a motion to suspend, which is a privileged motion and could be made, requires 2/3 vote. Right. However, just a flat motion would require, as I understand it, a majority vote, and I believe would reflect the will of a substantial majority of the delegates to the convention, certainly those with whom I've spoken or communicated.
So here's my reading of it. I don't think you need to do what you're thinking you need to do. So the agenda is set in Rule 1, the order of business is set there. Rule 7 talks about the nominations for president and vice president, but Rule 7 also says that nominations for vice president don't close until after the selection of the presidential nominee. So the tokens could be put in at that point. I believe the suspension of the rules that's customarily made is
I
to
know
allow-
suspension is customarily made, but I believe a motion to amend to pass by a majority vote, not 2/3, is in order. And if someone has already, by that point, expended their token, they can no longer do that.
So let me tell you, it's still a suspension of the rules because the 30 registered tokens, the 30 registered delegates for nomination can still be done in any procedure. So it's still a suspension of the rules. There's not ever a spot where you can do it by majority, Mr. Taft.
You can't amend the rules by majority?
You cannot. I mean, no, I guess, no.
The rules are amendable, are they not? And that is customarily part of the agenda.
Yes, but it's in the nature of the bylaw. And so you need the bylaw's modification threshold of 2/3. Anyway, we're back in order. It's 7:11. It is my intention to get through all of the purported points of order, other than ones that have obviously been overtaken by events like, you know, people complaining about crosstalk. And ones about what was on the screen at a time in the past. California delegate Elijah Gizzarelli has a point of parliamentary inquiry. Go ahead, Mr. Gizzarelli.
All right, yeah. So I do want a clarification. A point of parliamentary inquiry or a point of information is not a privileged motion ever, or can it be sometimes?
If it's necessary to conduct the business, it can be privileged.
Okay, so two things then. I had raised my hand and put in that point of information at 6:09. It's been over an hour. The question I had was, how will we know if we have a quorum? Do people just have to be logged in, or do they have to be at their keyboards or in front of their device? That was my point of information then. And then the second information that came up since then is the poll where people are at multiple devices. Is there a way that we can find out how many people are actually at multiple devices? Because the minimum is 70, or actually the minimum is like 90 or so, because there was like a bunch of people at 2 to 5 or whatever. Like the minimum's 90 or so, but the maximum is well over 100, Mr. Chair. So I was just wondering if there was a way to actually find out the number of people at multiple devices, so we will know when it's a good time.
Not easily, and now you've gone way past parliamentary inquiry.
All right, cool.
All right. We are now going to, I dealt with Mr. Taft. Is Mr. Merced present?
Yep, I'm here. I'm
Okay.
trying to clean up the Q&A.
Thank you.
Cool.
All right, I have a point of order from Mr. Wilford, but I believe that one is gone because it was about the length of debate. There's a point of order about Mr. Starr engaging in debate. There's a couple of points of order about that. We're going to move past all of the issues about Mr. Starr. Arizona delegate Mike Shipley raises believe it's a point of privilege about the fact that people who are presenters are able to unmute and bypass the line. They are able to do that. If they abuse that privilege, we will try and make sure that it is even-handedly adopted, but that's the only way to have interrupting motions. And so we're doing the best we can. Ohio delegate Jedediah Hill raises, Mr. Brown, is a motion to vacate the chair, is that privileged? Does it get in front of other things, or does the person have to be recognized in the normal order?
I believe it is not privileged, and the person has to get in line in the regular order.
Thank you. Point of order regarding shared logins. I do not think that's a point of order. There is a point of order about division having been dilatory. We're going to move past that. 30-second voice votes have been suggested by a Wisconsin delegate as a point of privilege because that is similar to an in-person convention. I'm going to use the longer votes, but I am not ever assuming motions will pass without objection. Planning to use more votes rather than fewer. Texas delegate Jax Finkel has put in point of information. I don't know if it is privileged or not, so if we can find Mr. Finkel and allow him to speak, he can tell me whether or not this is interrupting. Go ahead, Mr. Finkel.
You resolved it. I was just curious as to what exactly connection meant because it was not specified if it was Wi-Fi or Zoom link. So thank you for your time.
Okay, and I apologize for saying Mr. If that's not.
It literally happens all the time, and I get served too, so it's fine.
I'm sorry. Thank you, Ms. Finkel. All right. Point of personal privilege from California delegate June Jenis.
At last, my point of personal privilege was entered at 3:47. I will point out, I then subsequently put in a point of order asking why my point of privilege hadn't been recognized. The original point of privilege was a request that the instructions for how Q&A is supposed to be used be put on the screen at all times so we don't have confusion about what should go in there. During testing, part of the screen that has the list of people with their hands up was used for that purpose, and I suggest that it be done again because having it at the top of the secretary's screen doesn't help when she's way down the screen already.
Okay.
But my real question at this point is, why did it take so long to get recognized? I mean,
because a lot of people are in the queue, Ms. Jenis, and one of
we can't see that. That's a problem. Can you do something about it?
The speaker queue should be on the screen. Is it not on the screen?
All I'm seeing, I'm not seeing, at this point, I'm not seeing much, and I'm only seeing mostly what I put in.
Okay.
I'm seeing Alex Merced, and that was way after, that was at 3:15.
Ms. Jenis?
Yeah.
I can't fix the technical issues. I can't. And I can't make time go backwards. And if people put points of order in and then subsequent points of order just to tell me how long the previous point of order took, it will not make anything go faster.
Well, something needs to make it go faster. I would like the chair to suggest something that would make it go faster because this just isn't working. If it takes an hour to get recognized for a point of order, it's going to be mute no matter what.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Jenis. I have points of order from Ms. Mattson regarding division. They are no longer in order. I have a request for information from Kentucky Delegate Michelle Randall about how people on the phone can't join a poll too. We do not know, I don't have a hard number of how many people are on the phone. I have a point of order from Montana Delegate Francis Went. Mr. Went, I need to find you and allow you to speak.
Yes, my point of order was related to the delegation chairs being able to surpass the line and crosstalk, and I believe that is completely out of order and dilatory to all of the delegates that are here assembled. Thank you.
We'll try and reduce the crosstalk. Arizona delegate raises a similar point of personal privilege to Arizona delegate Ruth Bennett raises a similar point of personal privilege that panelists can jump in line for interrupting motions. That's unfair to people who are not panelists. Unfortunately, there's no other good way around it. So I'd ask the panelists to use their discretion and not abuse that ability. Massachusetts delegate Charlie Larkin raises a point of order about the poll appearing 1 minute and 30 seconds in. I don't know whether the technical issues are on our end or the other end. I do know a lot of people have been able to vote in the polls. New York delegate Blake Tarnoff raises a point of privilege about reading the numbers as well as the percentages. I do try and read both. Kentucky delegate Ken Molman raises whether or not the speaker queue should reset. I'm not trying to reset the speaker queue after each question because people need to be heard, but you guys really need to think about how much you need to be heard. There's a Michigan delegate that's having some issues getting in, or other people having issues getting in. That will need to be resolved with the technical staff. In the future, we will try and list, there's a point of personal privilege raised about listing the motion in the poll. We can try and do that. I will try and speak slowly and carefully to do that. Maine delegate Tyler Rowe has a point of privilege and objects to one of my rulings. Which one is it, Mr. Rowe, and is it still in order to object to it?
No, sir, I yield.
Okay. Michigan delegate Andrew Hall raises orders of the day. We can't move to approve the agenda as written yet because we're not there yet.
Point of parliamentary inquiry.
Mr. Williams, go ahead.
Are we still in recess?
No, we are back in order. I'm getting through the Q&A.
I have another parliamentary point of inquiry.
Go ahead.
Should the secretary note that the recess was called and it was not allowed to have objection to it, and therefore should be considered a stand at ease?
I did say at ease. I think that I had stated it that way.
No.
I thought I said at ease, but if I didn't, that can be corrected.
Yeah, you did, Mr. Chairman. I think you first called for a recess, then you said we would stand at ease.
So that can be clarified. I have a point of information from Massachusetts delegate Erwin Jungreis. There are 865 plus 17 plus 3 plus 7 equals 892 connections. Subtract that from the number of people who are present, and you get exactly the number of people who can't vote during multi-person connections. Colorado delegate Michael Seebeck raises a point of information. Q&A hasn't updated for 15 minutes, so what in the world is the chair reading off of? Mr. Seebeck is probably unaware, but there are open questions that pop up that I'm reading off of. Only answered questions show up in a way that they're able to be seen by the delegates. What we're mostly doing is dismissing them out of the queue. Other panelists can tell you how many open Q&As there are. It is 3 right now. We're going to go to South Dakota delegate Carl Abernathy. Mr. Abernathy raises a point of personal privilege, I believe. Go ahead, Mr. Abernathy. Mr. Abernathy, you're recognized for a point of personal privilege. What's your point of personal privilege?
Can you hear me, Nick?
I can.
I would like to motion to censure the chair of the Libertarian Party.
I don't believe that's correctly a motion of personal privilege. You'll need to get in line with everyone else. Thank you, Mr. Abernathy. Illinois delegate Mark Padilla raises a point of personal privilege, asking the secretary record the tally of the polls in addition to the percentages with the screenshots. If you can do that in the future.
I will. I would ask though that the shared screen, because people are talking very fast, include the tally, because right now all that's been shared is percentages. Either that or repeat it multiple times to be sure I get it. Otherwise, I'm going to be getting it for the minutes off the recording.
I will. All right. We have no open Q&A. We will return to the speakers queue. So everybody's clear on where we're at. We have adopted the initial credentials committee report. We are now moving into the agenda and the adoption of the agenda. Under convention special rules of order, the Libertarian Party Rule 1 has a standing order of business for a regular convention. That shall be as follows: call to order, credentials committee report, adoption of agenda, treasurer's report, audit committee report, bylaws and rules committee report, election of judicial committee, election of party officers and at-large members, platform committee report, nomination of candidates for president and vice president, resolutions, and then other business. That is the standing order. And so what is happening is, to the extent that we are entertaining motions to change the order of business, we are adopting an agenda different from the standing order, and it requires 2/3 to adopt. It is up to the delegates what gets adopted. I understand there is likely to be debate, just from people telling me ahead of time there's going to be debate on it. There is a proposal that came from the National Committee for what business should be conducted in this session. That will be a motion. And I'm going to deal with, I believe I have a couple of interrupting and privilege motions. So I'm going to deal with those before we move into discussion on the agenda, debate over the agenda, and the adoption of the agenda. But that is what we will get to as soon as I get through these 6 points of order.
And Mr. Chair, if you can put me in line, I do not wish to skip ahead, but I have a point of order.
Okay. So Maine Delegate Tyler Rowe raises a point of order that his point of order is being relegated behind points of privilege. Mr. Rowe, do you have a point of order or not?
Yes, sir. I was to be recognized behind Maryland Delegate Ahmad Ahmad, and I was removed when you recognized me for my previous point of order.
Yes. Once you get recognized, you do get removed from the list.
That was for a different point of privilege.
Okay. Do you have a point of order right now?
Yes, that I was removed from the queue regarding the current business.
That is not a point of, I mean, it's technically a point of personal privilege, but what would you like me to do?
I would like to be reinserted behind Maryland Delegate Ahmad Ahmad.
So you want to be in the queue to speak, to be recognized for business after Maryland Delegate Ahmad Ahmad?
Yes, sir.
If you can take care of that and put that in the raised hands list, we'll do that. Thank you. Arizona Delegate Robert Pepitone has an interrupting and privileged motion.
Yes, Mr. Chair. I move that Karen Ann Harlos be removed as convention secretary and the body nominate a replacement to serve for the remainder of the conventions.
Mr. Brown, is this in fact interrupting?
Mr. Chairman, I do not believe that is an interrupting motion. That's just like the motion to remove the chair. It's not an interrupting motion.
So we'll have to be in the normal order of business. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
All right, Mr. Pepitone, I will recognize you at some other point. Delaware Delegate Will McVeigh raises a point of order. Mr. McVeigh, go ahead.
So, Mr. Chair, I believe the current agenda is out of order given the definition of a place in the Libertarian Party's bylaws.
Where is place defined in the Libertarian Party's bylaws, Mr. McVeigh?
I do not know offhand, but I know it's in there. Somebody, I'm sure,
it is not.
Raise that as far as the comparison between a place for the convention and an electronic place for a committee or board meeting. I would suggest that it would be in order to adopt an agenda that is more similar to what was passed by the LNC's call of the convention, that would do nominations at this time and not the other items of business until the second sitting.
I rule that this is a regular convention called by the LNC, who set the time and place for the convention. All of the convention bylaws apply, including the standing order. The delegates have the power to adopt whatever business they want. Do you want to appeal that ruling, Mr. McVeigh, and get this over with?
I do. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Second.
I assumed there would be a second.
Mr. Chair,
Ms. Harlows?
that is the same point of order I was going to raise. Can I be put in the speaking line, or what do I do to speak that's not interrupting?
Second.
Somebody
Somebody already seconded.
It's been.
We will move through debate as long as it takes.
So I just want to be added to debate is all I'm saying.
Well, we have a long speaker line for people that wanted to get to business, but since we're going to be dealing with the parliamentary issues first, we will deal with them first. So if we can create a second speaker queue for this appeal for the ruling of the chair, and then we'll just have everybody put their hands down and we'll take new hands. If that's something that can be done technologically, we will do that. So there's a point of privilege about the agenda to be adopted. That's not in order yet. There is a point of order from Mr. Lawhorn from Oklahoma. I'm going to recognize Mr. Lawhorn from Oklahoma for his point of order before we move into the, and people can raise their hands to get into the speaker queue about this appeal from the ruling of the chair. Mr. Lawhorn. Go ahead, Mr. Lawhorn. You should be able to speak about your point of order. Mr. Lawhorn, you just have to unmute yourself now, I believe. All right, so Victoria Ikemi from Oklahoma is where Mr. Lawhorn would be making his point of order from. If we could unmute Victoria Ikemi.
And am I being added to that queue as well, Mr. Chair?
I believe you've raised your hand, so I believe you're being put into the speaker queue. There are assistants trying to update the speaker queue as we speak.
Okay, it's just because I did ask to be put in it.
Ms. Harlows?
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. They're working on it. Mr. Lawhorn or Victoria Ikemi from Oklahoma, can we get Mr. Lawhorn? Wait, Whitfield? Mr. Lawhorn?
Test.
Yes, I can hear something.
Yes, Mr. Chair, the creation of this online convention, which was taken under emergency ruling, also included a proposed agenda for this convention in particular. And therefore, if this is going to be a valid convention, according to what the LNC ruled on, the agenda should be the one that is within the motion that was created that created this special session.
That's incorrect, Mr. Lawhorn, and the reason it's incorrect is that the bylaws do not allow the Libertarian National Committee to set standing orders of business for a national convention. They are only allowed to set time and place, and the delegates in convention are allowed to determine their business.
Appeal the ruling of the chair, please.
We're already there, Mr. Lawhorn. We're already there. There's a point of personal privilege as to whether or not there's a set endpoint for today's convention. There is not. There's a point of order that there was going to be one speaking queue. That from Ms. Wilford in Texas, there was going to be one speaking queue. I have created a different queue for this because it's clear that there are a lot of people who want to be recognized to speak on it. All right, I'm going to speak first. since it's the appeal from my ruling, the bylaws of the party set a standing order of business for a convention. The LNC has the power to set the time and place for a convention. Only the delegates get to adopt their agenda. That's why the proposed agenda has adoption of the agenda at the beginning of both sittings of the convention, the online sitting that we're having today, as well as the subsequent in-person sitting proposed for July 8th through 12th in Orlando, Florida. But the bylaws determine the order of business for a convention. Nominees have to be done in a convention. This is a regular convention. This is not something other than a convention. The delegates are present. The delegates are able to be heard. And so it is in order for the delegates to choose what business they want to do. That is my ruling. I now have a lot of people to recognize, so we're going to go into debate on the ruling from the chair. I'm not going to be going through, I'm not going to be going into Q&A much because there should not be points of order available during this debate. And we would ask people to keep their comments relatively brief. And I'm going to go through the list as prepared by the assistants, and we're going to go in the order I call people. I believe that list is available for people to see. I see it at least. And we're going to start with Maine Delegate Tyler Rowe. Mr. Rowe, go ahead.
Yes, I move to call the previous question, requiring a 2/3 vote.
Mr. Rowe would like to move to end debate. And what we're going to do, I will not entertain a motion to end debate before there's been any debate. We are going to allow at least a couple of speakers so that there can be some debate, because it is necessary to have speakers speak against my ruling in order for the body to consider it. But after there has been debate on both sides, I will once again entertain a motion to call the previous question. California Delegate Alicia Matson, go ahead.
Okay, I think I'm unmuted now. I am going to speak against the ruling of the chair, against sustaining the ruling. This meeting is being conducted in a way that violates all the fundamentals of what a meeting is, including starting on page 1 of Robert's Rules for simultaneous oral communication, and that's not possible, and we're locked away in little cages so we can't see or hear each other. Regarding the bylaw discussion of whether or not online meetings are a place, Robert says we need bylaws authorization to have electronic meetings. There's not one for conventions. We have one for boards and committees to meet in electronic meetings, but we do not have one for conventions. And the bylaws, just like it says LNC sets time and place for conventions, it says the same thing for LNC meetings, yet that was not sufficient to authorize an electronic meeting. And we have no similar bylaw authorization for electronic meetings for conventions. And I will point out from the principles of interpretation in Roberts that when the bylaws authorize electronic meetings for boards and committees and says nothing about conventions, that is to be interpreted as a prohibition for any other groups to use the electronic meetings. So I disagree with the ruling of the chair, and I will be voting no on the question of sustaining the ruling of the chair.
Okay. I'm going to make something very clear. South Dakota Delegate Carl Abernathy continues to abuse the Q&A. If Mr. Abernathy continues to abuse the Q&A, Mr. Abernathy will at some point be found to be disruptive to the convention, and the body will decide whether or not to eject him. So I would suggest to Delegate Abernathy that he stop abusing the Q&A. Michigan Delegate Lawrence Johnson. I think we're just trying to get you recognized, Mr. Johnson, so that you'll be able to speak.
There I am. Yes. I will concede my place in line because I was going to do what the first gentleman did and call the question. So never mind.
All right. Utah delegate Christine Stenquist. Go ahead, Ms. Stenquist.
Thank you, Chair. I was hoping there would be adequate debate for me to call the question.
I will allow for you to move to end debate. We'll just move to a poll on whether or not to end debate. So if you would like to end debate, vote yes. If you would like to continue debate, vote no. So we'll have a poll on ending debate. If you would like to end debate, vote yes. If you would like to continue debate, vote no. That poll will be distributed shortly.
Thank you, Chair.
As soon as that poll goes up, we can then move to a vote on it. Do you support ending debate on the appeal from the ruling of the chair? The poll has been out now for, looks like just over a minute, maybe a minute and a half. Again, a yes would end debate. A no would allow us to continue debate on the ruling, on the appeal from the ruling of the chair. There are about 5 seconds left for people to vote.
Chair, can I share information with you, sir?
Yes, Ms. DeSisto?
When we relaunch the same question, support to end debate, it does not reset the clock. And
Okay.
so this has been up for 1 minute and 19 seconds as of right now.
All right. Well, then I will give people a little more time. I'm sorry for anybody who thought I was going a little too fast. So if you can just tell me when we get to that 2-minute mark. Right now I have 906 out of 968 have voted in the poll. Again, this is whether or not to end debate on the appeal from the ruling of the chair.
Polling will end in 10 seconds.
You have 10 seconds left if you would like to vote. And at the end of polling, we have 912 total votes, 673 in support of ending debate, 212 opposed to ending debate, 27 abstentions. That is clearly more than 2/3. Debate will be ended. I will say, before we move to a vote on whether to sustain the ruling of the chair, that this being a regular convention and in order is the thing that allows our presidential candidates to be nominated. It allows us the best way to get through the ballot access challenges we are bound to face. And it is up to these delegates at convention how they're going to do their business.
Point of order.
Who has a point of order?
I have a point of order, Mr. Chair.
Who's that?
Chris Weiss from Kentucky. A vote was just taken to end debate, and yet you are continuing the debate.
Yes.
I think it's out of order.
Mr. Weiss, you are incorrect. I'm actually exactly in order. There's a privilege with appeals from the ruling of the chair that the chair gets to speak to his ruling at the beginning and gets to speak again at the end.
That is correct, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. So as I was saying, this body controls the business of the Libertarian Party. And this body gets to decide its own agenda. This body gets to decide to be in convention. This body gets to nominate presidential and vice presidential candidates. And this is a convention. So if you sustain my ruling, we can proceed in that fashion. And if you overturn it, we can go to this being something other than a convention that has special rules that constrain this body. So we will now proceed to a vote on sustaining the ruling of the chair. I believe the question is written, Mr. Brown, can you just remind me of how to put it? No, let's not poll. No polling yet. No polling yet. No polling yet. No polling yet. Sorry.
Yes, the question should be, shall the ruling of the chair be sustained?
Shall the ruling of the chair be sustained? So a yes vote would uphold my ruling. A no vote would be to overturn my ruling.
That is correct.
Okay. So if we can do a poll, shall the ruling of the chair be sustained? Yes, no, and abstain.
Point of information.
Yes, Mr. DeRazio.
There are several people asking what your original ruling was that we're supposed to be upholding or overturning.
Yes. So the chair's ruling was that this is a convention, that the standing order of business from the convention, from the bylaws and convention special rules, is the initial matter that we are dealing with, and the delegates have the power to adopt an agenda of any sort, and are not limited by a vote or other action of the National Committee as far as the business that can be done here. It is up to the delegates whether or not to adopt the agenda. That is the ruling. Are we close to having the poll ready?
The poll is ready, Chairman.
Okay. So this vote will be on whether or not the ruling of the chair should be sustained. A yes vote sustains the ruling of the chair. A no vote overturns it. And the poll is out. We are about 35 seconds in. We have votes from about 870 of 969 people logged in. Again, the poll is, shall the ruling of the chair be sustained? A yes vote sustains the ruling of the chair. A no vote overturns it. We are about 1 minute and 6 seconds in. We are 1 minute and 36 seconds in. Ten seconds left, a little less. We have 926 total votes so far, and we are at the 2-minute mark. 620 votes to sustain the ruling of the chair, 274 votes to overturn the ruling of the chair, and 33 abstentions. The ruling of the chair is sustained.
Mr. Chair, please repeat those numbers. I'm not sure I got them right.
Somebody close that window, or I close that window.
I can help you. 620 yeses to sustain the ruling of the chair, 274 noes, and 33 abstentions.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So we were at points of order. We have now had this be in order. we are going to proceed to motions related to the agenda. I assume, is this speakers list that I'm looking at, was that for the ruling of the chair, or is that the actual speakers list for business?
Point of order, Mr. Chairman. There was a call for division.
There was a call from Mr. Hagopian for division. I find that call for division dilatory. You're not going to get a majority to overturn my ruling out of what was clearly well over 2/3. It's not happening.
Appeal the ruling of the chair.
No, we're not doing this all night, guys. All right. So is the speaker queue I'm looking at that has Utah Delegate Stenquist? She was the last one to speak, but that was on the ruling of the chair. Is that the right speakers queue, or should I be using a different speakers queue for business?
That's that's the one for the ruling of the chair, but that's who has their hands up. So I don't really know how to refresh it unless we lower all the hands.
Did we have another list? We did, but it went away.
No, it's there, but it's not in sync with the people whose hands are raised.
Clear this list because we're not appealing the ruling of the chair anymore.
Please place me in the other list as well, Mr. Chair.
Do you not have the hand raise?
I do not. I apologize.
Okay.
All right, we're just going to have to retype it.
All right. So people that want to be recognized to do business. I'm going to go to Tennessee Delegate Tricia Butler.
Apologies, Mr. Chair. I do. I've raised my hand. Thank you.
Oh, good. I'm going to go to Tennessee Delegate Tricia Butler.
Oh, mute that, please.
Mr. Chair, I do.
Didn't we already have another list for speakers? And I was lower on it, actually.
I know, but it's technical issues. We're trying to deal with them.
Okay, well, I want to go farther down the list.
Well, I'm sorry.
Look, I move to accept the agenda that was agreed upon by the LNC.
Okay, so your motion, as I read it.
Second.
It's assumed, guys. You don't have to say it. So your motion is to amend the order of business for this convention to not be the standing order of business as defined in Rule 1, but to be amended to be the order of business for the first sitting that the LNC adopted in their motion on May 9th. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay, and I believe that agenda, I do not have that document in front of me. I have about 18 screens, and that's not one of them. But I believe it had this setting was going to be credentials, adoption of the agenda, and then presidential and vice presidential nominations. And that was going to be and then there would be an adjournment to the second sitting. So that's the motion that I've taken, is to adopt that motion. That is essentially an amendment to the normal business. It requires 2/3. If 2/3 of the delegates want to adopt that, then it will be adopted as the agenda. If they don't, we go back to the drawing board a little bit. What I anticipate, and I'm going to get through the speakers queue and I'm going to go through it in order, but I anticipate that there's going to be people who want a different agenda. I'm going to ask Mr. Brown if he knows what would be the most efficient way to get this debate focused so that we can move to a vote and determine the will of the body. If we know that there's going to be your standing order from the bylaws, and then there's going to be at least this motion and probably a different motion to have a different order of business. What is the most efficient way to get through it so that we utilize people's time well?
Mr. Chairman, I honestly don't know, but I do think that perhaps perhaps with a majority vote, the assembly could decide to first vote on this motion as is before taking up amendments. But honestly, I'm thinking off the top of my head. I do not know the best procedure for handling this.
All right. Okay. I need that list back. All right. So we have the motion from Ms. Butler to adopt the agenda that the LNC suggested. I have Maine Delegate Tyler Rowe. Go ahead, Mr. Rowe.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to amend the motion to remove any time bounds from the adopted LNC agenda. I am in support.
It's out of order because there are no time bounds on the LNC agenda.
Thank you.
Colorado Delegate Karen Ann Harlos.
And we're on debate on the amendment, Mr. Chair, just to clarify.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I wish to speak in support of this amendment. This is a compromise that was agreed upon after speaking with many, many members of the party. And I do believe, I know the chair would disagree, that we will be opening ourselves up to potentially 51 legal challenges in states if we cannot prove that what we did at a certain convention was under emergency provisions that would allow us to deviate from what some people would perceive as not being in accordance with our bylaws, regardless of what we decided. Judges and other people might decide differently. And the safest route to ensure both our finances and our candidates being on the ballot is to do the minimum possible to get people on the ballot, which is to nominate them here and then ratify them in person. That is completely safe, rather than this very risky idea of trying to do everything. So I would speak in the interest of the party's finances and our candidates to adopt this amended agenda that was proposed by the LNC after much research, much thought, and much debate.
Okay. I'm going to get to some interrupting ones. We have a point of personal privilege from New Hampshire Delegate Darrell Perry. The California Delegate Starchild is having trouble being able to vote. Delegate Starchild needs to work with his state delegation chair to get this resolved and try and get that done. We will work on helping people be able to vote, and we have technical support, and we're working as fast as we can. I have Oklahoma Delegate Todd Hagopian wants to appeal the ruling of the chair that his call for division was dilatory. I'm going to recognize Mr. Hagopian. Go ahead, Mr. Hagopian.
Yes, Mr. Chair. My question is what was the exact number of votes needed to overturn a 2/3 vote?
No, it's to overturn the ruling of the chair. I think you actually only need a majority.
That wasn't what was said.
There was more than 2/3 who wanted to support my ruling. So asking for division when it's more than 2/3 is dilatory.
All right. Well, that was the question. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Mr. Hayes from Louisiana raises a point of order that the proposed agenda should be put on the screen so delegates know what they are voting on. We will make sure that things are available on the screen before delegates move to a vote.
Mr. Chair, both have been on the screen.
Okay, thank you.
J. Edgar from New Jersey. How do panelists get in line for a point of order?
If it's a point of order, you can just say point of order.
Okay.
What is your point of order?
According to Robert's rules, in order to amend the agenda, it only takes a majority if the agenda has not yet been adopted, and this agenda has not yet been adopted by this body.
That's That is the case if there is not a standing order of business that's already defined in the bylaws. When there's a standing order of business that's defined in the bylaws, it comes in as the proposed order of business and you have to move to amend it. And that's what requires the 2/3.
I'd like to hear the parliamentarian's opinion, if he agrees with that.
This is Mr. Brown. I concur with Mr. Sarwark's ruling, and in fact, I have discussed this point with several other members as well.
Okay. I have a point of parliamentary inquiry from New Hampshire Delegate Justin O'Donnell, who asks about if a division is to count votes, doesn't the fact that they're numerically counted and already divided make it moot and dilatory and obstructionist? Often it is, and I will rule things dilatory if necessary. There's a point of order raised by Mr. McVeigh from Delaware that this is an amendment to a motion and should only require a majority. I don't believe that's the case, and I think I just answered that point of order. California Delegate Kenneth Olson has a privileged motion. Go ahead, Mr. Olson.
Yes. Hi, thank you. Since this webinar is being conducted in a way which violates fundamental delegate rights, and there's a contract ready for an in-person option, I move that when this meeting adjourns.
Mr. Olson, which fundamental delegate rights are we violating?
Well, first of all, there are many delegates. I've been in contact with numerous delegates who are having technical issues, but I want to make my motion and then we can speak about it if you will.
You raised a privilege motion. So what motion do you have that is privileged?
I will get to that if you will.
No, you have to identify why you get to jump the queue before you get to jump the queue. So go ahead.
All right. So my motion is I move that when this meeting adjourns, it stands adjourned to meet in person at 9 a.m. Eastern Time at Rosen Shingle Creek in Orlando, Florida, or alternate site and date selected by the National Committee if that venue should become unavailable. I want to point out that this motion does not adjourn our meeting right now or set a time for its adjournment. It only establishes the time and location of our next meeting. This motion is the highest ranking motion in Roberts. It is not debatable and requires a majority vote.
I believe, and I will check with Mr. Brown on this, but I believe that would be out of order to set the adjournment for this meeting to be to a time and place certain.
Interrupting privilege motion.
Wait a second, let me finish talking. I believe that it would be out of order to make a motion to adjourn this meeting to a time and place certain in advance of this meeting, this convention adopting their initial agenda. I think that is out of order in the actual technical sense, in that you're setting the end of an agenda before you've adopted the agenda. Mr. Brown, do you agree?
I do. I understand the member's point, but I agree, Mr. Chairman. I believe you are correct. You need to first adopt the agenda.
Dr. Olson, do you want to appeal that ruling? Dr. Olson, did you want to appeal that ruling that your motion is not presently in order?
I believe he's been muted. This is Mimi from California.
He should be able to unmute himself. He has talking permitted and his mic is showing hot for me, but I'm not hearing him.
Okay, give him another second.
Sure. No, and then I will identify who had the interrupting motion once I hear from Mr. or Dr. Olson whether or not he wants to appeal my ruling.
He's calling me. I think he lost it. Hold on.
Mr. Chair, I would appeal.
I appeal the ruling of the chair on behalf of Mr. Olson.
Listen to me, because I'm not going to say it again. We will not have crosstalk. We will take things in order. We will not all yell at once. We will wait for Dr. Olson. Is Dr. Olson available?
Excuse me, Mr. Chair. He just called me to say he lost his connection, but I will appeal the ruling of the chair on his behalf.
You have not.
Or
been,
I will just. You
have not been recognized, Ms. Robeson.
Okay.
Thank you. Who had the interrupting motion? While I was trying to explain my ruling on Dr. Olson's motion.
Sit down, Montana
Go
delegate.
ahead. Mr. Dowd, go ahead.
I was attempting to raise an objection to the consideration of the question.
Okay, well, yeah, we're past that now.
Raise an objection to the consideration of the question.
Yeah, Mr. Dowd, if you could yourself.
Mr. Chair.
I would like to know. All right. Mr. Brown, do I need to entertain the appeal from the ruling of the chair from someone other than the person who initially made the point of order?
I think that yes, I think any member could appeal from the ruling of the chair.
Okay, then I will accept Ms. Robeson's appeal on Dr. Olson's behalf so that we'll move to an appeal from the ruling of the chair.
Mr. Chair, point of order, you have an appeal from a previous motion from Mr. McVeigh. The appeal was seconded and Mr. McVeigh has not been recognized prior to this current appeal.
No, Mr. Goward, I do not have a previous appeal.
There is an appeal for a prior ruling, Mr. Chair. This is Mr. McVeigh speaking through Mr. Goward's connection.
Mr. McVeigh, what prior ruling do you have that was not resolved?
You ruled that it was out of order for me to object, or that you were, it was not well taken, rather, for me to raise a point of order regarding the voting threshold for amending the agenda. You said that since there was a special rule already in place regarding the agenda, that it did require a suspension of the rules. That's the ruling that I'm appealing, sir.
Yeah, I did. I thought that was all part and parcel of the previous ruling.
It was not.
Well, you're going to have to get in line because now I have this appeal. So
this is for an earlier ruling, though, sir. I believe if this ruling is resolved, then the current ruling would be moot.
No,
I thought the ruling from the appeal from the chair had been decided. Maybe the secretary can recall.
I believe that I had resolved that issue in the previous ruling.
Except I appealed that ruling, sir.
You can't appeal the ruling if my ruling was sustained.
That's not one that was appealed, Mr. Chair. The ruling that we're talking about is the one that you made, that an amendment to the agenda was a suspension of the rules rather than an amendment motion to adopt the agenda. You ruled that there's a standing order. However, the standing order says that item number 3 on the agenda is the adoption of the agenda. And since we're in that stage right now, then amending the agenda should not be a suspension of the rules, but rather should be an amendment to the motion adopting the agenda, only requiring a simple majority rather than a 2/3 vote.
Mr. Brown, does that sound right to you?
Mr. Chairman, I don't recall if there was actually an appeal on your ruling that it requires a 2/3 vote to amend the order of business because it is in the convention standing rules. I mean, that is my opinion as well. I do not recall whether there was an appeal from that.
I mean, so
the appeal that we had prior, Mr. Chair, was.
Wait. Stop. Please stop.
All right.
I understand what you're saying, Will, and so let me try and make it clear for the parliamentarian so we can hopefully get an answer. What Mr. McVeigh appears to be saying is that because the convention has in their standing order of business the adoption of the agenda, that adopting the agenda is not in fact a suspension but a simple majority in the same way as an initial credentials report. Is that the case, Mr. Brown, or do you believe that that is not the case and it requires a suspension?
I believe that's not the case, and it would require a suspension because it actually is changing the order of business as specified in the special rules of order. And just as in any other case, when you're suspending the special rules of order, it would require a 2/3 vote, in my opinion.
Okay, so I would like to resolve that appeal after we resolve the appeal that I was dealing with Dr. Olson.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, but again, I believe that if we resolve my appeal, that it will render
I
the
know what you
current appeal of
believe,
Mr. Olson moot.
But here's the thing. I'm not going backwards because you want me to. So we're going to take these things in the order that I'm taking them.
Mr. Chair,
Ms. Harlows?
I will note that my minutes note, or my notes, that you did mention the 2/3 in your ruling.
Okay. I thought I did, but we can do it again, but we're not doing it again before we deal with Dr. Olson's motion to appeal the ruling of the chair that it is not in order to move to adjourn this meeting to a date and time certain in advance of adopting the agenda.
Mr. Chair, I will concede that that's more in order than my current appeal.
Okay, thank you. Would somebody who wants to appeal from that ruling like to speak to it? Ms. Robeson, please feel free if you would like, if Dr. Olson's still not available.
Mr. Olson has gotten, or Dr. Olson has gotten back on the call. If he could be unmuted, he was able to get back in the meeting.
Dr. Olson, you can speak to why my ruling should be overturned and why it would be in order to move to adjourn us to a date and time certain in advance of adopting the agenda.
Okay, so in Roner, page 233, line 9, a motion to adjourn may be privileged or a main motion depending on a number of conditions. And then further on in line 17, the privileged motion to adjourn, which is always moved in an unqualified form with no mention of time either of adjourning or for meeting again, is a motion to close the meeting immediately, made under conditions where some other provision or another meeting exists, so that the adjournment will not have effect of dissolving the assembly, and where no time for adjourning the present meeting has already been set. In such a case, regardless of whether business is pending, a majority should not be forced to continue in session substantially longer than it desires, and even if no business is pending, a decision as to whether to close a meeting should not be allowed to consume time. For this reason, when there is a provision for another meeting and no time for adjourning is already set, an unqualified motion to adjourn is afforded sufficiently high privilege to interrupt the pending question and on motion to close the meeting before the pending business is disposed of. And for the same reason, such a motion has the unique characteristic that even if it is made while no question is pending, it is not debatable or amendable, and it remains subject to all of the rules governing the privileged motion to adjourn, except those that relate to making the motion while business is pending. See standard descriptive characteristics. Under the conditions just described, a motion to adjourn is therefore said to be privileged or to be a privileged motion, even when no question is pending.
Okay, is there anyone else who would like to be recognized to speak to whether or not the ruling of the chair should be sustained?
This is Carolyn Wade from Oregon.
Go ahead, Ms. Wade.
If he had read further, it would say a motion to adjourn is always a privileged motion except in the following cases. And number 2 is when a time for adjourning is already established, either because the assembly has adopted a motion or a program setting such a time, or because the order of business, the bylaws, or other governing rules prescribe it. Well, we have a standing order of business, and under the standing order of business for convention, the adjournment will follow after we cover what's already under the standing order of business.
Okay. I would like to proceed to a vote on this appeal from the ruling of the chair.
Personal privilege.
Dr. Mott.
Mr. Chairman, we had put in a request for a substitution of an alternate for a delegate who's off the floor and not gotten back a response. I know this is supposed to be a special number to communicate this kind of information, but I did not receive that number. And so I'm appealing to the chair. How do we go about it?
I will follow up.
Not only for myself, but for anyone else who's in that position.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, I hate to interrupt, but I can't do Q&A. I have my hand raised, but I know that there's others that have their hand raised to actually
Go ahead.
discuss this further based on other points of Ronar that Dr. Olson did not
Well, we're
mention.
only discussing whether or not it's in order for him to move to adjourn to a time and place certain in advance of the agenda being adopted.
I understand that. He appealed your ruling.
Right.
If I can speak to that, page 242 of Ronar basically says a motion to fix the time to which to adjourn is in order only if the time is offered. There is no meeting scheduled for later within the same session. If there is such a meeting, additional meetings with the same session may be set by a motion either to suspend the rules or to amend something previously adopted, namely the previously adopted agenda on our program. A motion to fix a time to which to adjourn is privileged only when it was made during a question. So I believe that what he's doing is he's not asking that we adjourn at this time, but I believe what he's asking is that we will, at this time, set where it will be adjourned to. So when this meeting adjourns, it's already set that it will in fact reconvene at a time and place certain. And I believe Alicia Mattson also wished to speak on this.
And
Thank you.
I have my hand up as well, Mr. Chair.
I don't even know if we have a speakers list for this.
No, we don't. That's why I interrupted. Thank you.
Go ahead, Ms. Mattson, and then go ahead, Ms. Harlos. Mattson first, Harlos second. Is Ms. Mattson not able to speak?
I believe she's
okay,
here.
so I've got it mic now. Actually, Ms. Robeson covered it really well. The page 242 was what I was going to bring up as well, that it is precisely in order at this time. This is page 242, lines 25 to 33. If you'd like to flip to it and double check what she read off, but it is specifically in order when there is no meeting scheduled for later within the same session. We are in that situation, and it matches the circumstances for when it's a privileged motion. So I just agree with everything that Mimi said, and I believe this motion is in order.
Are we prepared to move to a vote, or do people want to keep talking about this? Ms. Harlos, go ahead.
Okay, and I won't repeat the things already said. I'm just going to supplement it and refer to the same pages, but there are standard, I believe Dr. Olson, he worded his motion not exactly correct. It wasn't a motion to adjourn, it was a motion to fix the time to which to adjourn, which makes all the difference in the world. On page 243, it says in an unqualified, the sentence does not have any qualifications, that it takes precedence over all other motions. That would include a motion to adopt the agenda, because it does not dissolve the assembly at this time, and we can still proceed to adopt an agenda. And if the chair's position is that this is a regular convention with all of the things to happen or supposed to happen, then there is not yet another time set. And it is in order to set the next time and to say what business will be adjourned to that time. So I believe it's very, very clear in Roberts that this is in order.
Mr. Chairman, upon doing some further research, listening to the arguments, and I think that the motion was initially rather poorly worded. But what it is, in essence, is a motion to fix the time to which to adjourn, which is one of the most privileged of the privileged motions. And I think that it would be in order at this time.
I am going to persist in the idea that it is not in order to set the time for adjournment before we've set the order of business. It is not in order at this time. That is my ruling. I would like to proceed to a vote on it so we can just get done with it. So let's do that. If you want to sustain the ruling of the chair that it is not in order and we can go back to motions to amend the agenda, vote yes. If the ruling of the chair should be overturned and it's in order to, if you believe that the ruling of the chair should be overturned and that we should consider this motion to set a time and place for adjournment of this meeting to a fixed time and place certain before we actually adopt an agenda for the convention, vote no. And then you also have abstain. Whenever we're ready with the poll.
Vote yes, if you can. Let's move forward.
Mr. Equal. It's not.
Oops, sorry. Discord.
All right. Whether or not the ruling of the chair should be sustained, a yes vote sustains the ruling of the chair, a no vote overturns the ruling of the chair. The poll is out. We're about 30 seconds into the poll. We already have nearly 800 people have voted. Again, it's whether the ruling of the chair should be sustained, that Dr. Olson's motion to adjourn to a time and place certain is out of order until we've adopted the agenda. A yes vote sustains the ruling of the chair, a no vote overturns the ruling of the chair. We are 1 minute in and we have 900 votes so far.
Mr. Chairman, I've had my hand up for about 20 minutes. We have a question regarding the original agenda. Could we see it, please?
The original agenda, I think the secretary has the order of business on the screen. It should be up. We have about 10 seconds left in the poll. I'm going to get through 2 minutes have elapsed. Let's see the results. 577 votes to sustain the ruling of the chair, 311 votes to overturn the ruling of the chair, 40 abstentions. The ruling of the chair is sustained. Dr. Olson's motion is out of order. We will now move to clearing out the privilege motions.
Mr. Chair, at this point, I'd like to move to reconsider my appeal.
No, Mr. McVeigh, you are
Sorry
not.
about that. I'd like to go back to my appeal.
Mr. McVeigh, please stop.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, there was a sound issue on this end. What
Yeah,
was
but you don't get to be recognized out of order. So I'm going to get through the privilege motions and then we'll come back to your appeal at that point.
Understood.
Raise your hand.
Arizona Delegate John Buttrick requests a point of information as to whether the second sitting is meant to refer to tomorrow or July 8. It refers to July 8. Mr. Wentz' motion is not privileged. I'm sorry.
Point of order.
Yes.
Dalton Brown, North Dakota delegate. I've noticed that John Phillips has moved from the speaker's queue to second place after remaining at the top of the list for the past 45 minutes.
That's not a point of order.
Okay.
Illinois Delegate John Phillips has a point of parliamentary inquiry. If this is a convention, is there a need to ratify it at a later date? It is my opinion that there is no need to ratify any actions that this convention takes at any later date because this is a convention. Mr. Wendt has a point of order. Montana Delegate Francis Wendt. Sorry, Mr. Wendt. If you have a point of order, go ahead. Just got to find you.
Yes, my point of order is that, as I raised earlier, the delegates are still utilizing their ability to unmute themselves in a method to jump the line, and I firmly request that the panelists stop using that ability to circumvent the other delegates. We have the same rights. You do not get the ability as a delegate chair to circumvent our rights. Thank you.
Thank you. Tennessee Delegate William Helmstetter raises a point of parliamentary procedure. Why are the same three people getting to speak and ignore the entire delegation? Please stop abusing the mute and unmute. There is a point of procedure or a point of privilege that Mr. Abernathy continues to abuse the Q&A, and there is a request that the chair remove him for the duration of this online session. I will not remove Mr. Abernathy at this time, but the next time the Q&A is abused, we will move to an immediate vote onto whether or not Mr. Abernathy should be removed. And the delegates will decide whether or not he gets to continue to be part of this convention.
Point of information.
Yes, Mr. Williams?
Did I hear you correctly and say that you ruled that a ratification at a later in-person convention is not necessary?
Yes.
I will then raise a point of order that under our bylaws, this online meeting, as ruled by the LNC, as to be not a place of convention, therefore negates any decisions made here as being bona fide in a convention, and therefore require a ratification at convention by Robert's rules.
All right. Well, if you would like to get in line, Mr. Williams, you can have the next appeal from the ruling of the chair after Mr. McVeigh's ruling appeal is done, and we can get them all done. I have a point of order from Mr. Starr from California. Mr. Starr. Mr. Starr, did you have a point of order? Mr. Starr, go ahead with your point of order.
Thank you. That it just popped up right now that I can unmute myself, so I wanted to answer you, but I'm sorry, I just couldn't. My point of order was that you just unilaterally decided to close debate and go to a vote. You need to ask people to close debate first. You made a decision. You can't do that. You got to give people an opportunity to debate, or ask them if they're willing to close debate at least. But you can't just say we're going to a vote. It's just out of order.
I believe it was in order. The arguments were repeating themselves.
There was only 2 arguments. That was it. Nobody, you didn't have people arguing yet. You didn't get a chance for people to debate.
Is there any other point of order that you have?
No, I'm just saying you're not giving people, you're squelching debate. You can't decide on your own to close debate. You have to ask this body to close debate. You cannot make that decision unilaterally. That is not in your purview. You just can't do that.
Sharing your opinion, Mr. Starr.
No, this is Roberts. You need to give people an opportunity to debate. Otherwise, this is not a convention.
Thank you, Mr. Starr, but you have raised a point of order, and so you will not be given any further opportunity to debate at this time.
I'm not asking you to debate this. I'm simply mentioning that you're violating people's rights by not letting people debate. You are forcing votes when people have not been asked if they're ready to close debate. You can't do that.
Your point has been made, Mr. Starr.
Thank you. So please keep in mind. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. There's a point of order from Mr. Zimmerman about this speakers list. It's within 2. Let's not do this. There's a point of personal privilege about getting kicked out of Zoom. I think that goes through your delegation chair. Ohio delegate Donald Kissick has a request for information.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, your results, reading of the results were inaudible on the vote recently about your whether to sustain your ruling. I was hoping you could repeat that.
577 to sustain, 311 to overturn.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome. Mr. Hayes raises a point of information that the business portion would be on July 9, not July 8. There is a point of order from Mr. Craig Andy Craig, California delegate, go ahead, make your point of order. Go ahead, Mr. Craig.
All right, I'm unmuted now. My point of order was that privileged motions are being abused in a manner that is dilatory, repetitive, and obstructing the business of this body. Repeated privileged motions from the same person should not be recognized if they are being used in a dilatory manner. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Craig. So I'm going to tell you where we're at, and we're going to move through the things that we have. We have two people who would like to appeal rulings of the chair. We have Mr. McVeigh from Delaware, who would like to appeal the ruling of the chair that it is required to have 2/3 to amend the agenda. We have Mr. Williams from Oklahoma, who would like to appeal the ruling of the chair that this is in fact a convention and the delegates here are authorized to conduct business. So we will move through those appeals in order, and then we will get back to the speaker queue for business. What I would ask is if the speaker queue for business is set, and this is the normal business queue, we can set that queue aside so that everyone who raised their hands will be in order for the business queue. And then we will take up quickly the two appeals from the ruling of the chair. So we're going to start with Mr. McVeigh from Delaware.
Mr. Chair, Sean Goward, I have Mr. McVeigh in person here. Go ahead, Mr. McVeigh.
So, Mr. Chair, you ruled that it would require a suspension of the rules and therefore a 2/3 vote to amend the agenda because it is a standing order. However, my position is that because the standing order includes item 3 of the agenda, that we are to adopt the agenda. At that point, if the delegations gets assembled here wish to amend the agenda, that would be a simple amendment to the motion to adopt the agenda and not require a 2/3 vote, but merely a simple majority. You ruled otherwise. I'm appealing that ruling.
Okay. Let's put all the hands down because we have the speaker order already there. So let's put all the hands down. Would anyone else like to be heard on this issue of the 2/3 versus the majority to amend the agenda and sustaining the ruling of the chair? I'm going to start with, wait, so the hands went down, but now they're coming back up. So that's fine. So if we would like to, I believe the set of hands we have now is for appeals from the ruling of the chair. So Massachusetts delegate Ashley Shade, go ahead. Massachusetts delegate Ashley Shade, have we been able to get you unmuted?
Yes, I believe so.
Go ahead.
Yes. As far as speaking to this appeal, I believe that your ruling is correct, and I will vote in favor of that ruling.
Thank you, Ms. Shade. Colorado delegate Karen Ann Harlos.
I would argue against your ruling for this purpose is that it is contained in a convention rule, but convention rules can be amended by 50%. So I don't see a reason why when we're in adoption of the agenda, it would require an even higher threshold. It seems to me that 50% is in fact the correct threshold. Once it is adopted by the convention, then it becomes a suspension of the rules. But at this portion, I do believe that Mr. McVeigh is correct, though I come to it by a slightly different reasoning path.
All right. Texas delegate John Wilford.
Move the previous question.
Mr. Wilford would like to close debate. It's been requested for a point of information in the past that I tell people how many people are on deck. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 roughly on deck. we will move to a vote on whether or not to close debate on the appeal from the ruling of the chair. A yes vote will close debate and move us to a vote on the appeal from the ruling of the chair. A no vote will allow debate to continue. Please do such a poll. I am stepping away from my computer long enough to get a glass of water, but we can put that poll out for 2 minutes. A yes vote will close debate. A no vote will allow us to continue debate.
Why did you put JS in there?
Just saying.
All right, I believe we gone the full 2 minutes?
No, sir, we've only gone 48 seconds.
Oh, okay. Faster getting water than I thought. We have about 850 of 985 have voted so far.
1 minute left.
Okay. Again, the issue on the floor is whether or not we end debate on the appeal from the ruling of the chair. A yes vote ends debate. A no vote will have us continue debate. I believe it requires 2/3 to end debate. Is that right, Mr. Brown? Or is it the majority to end debate?
I think that's right. Would you repeat it?
2/3 to end debate, or is a majority to end debate?
Two-thirds.
I thought so. How much more time do we have on this poll?
20 seconds, sir.
Okay, thank you. Everyone give a big round of virtual applause to Tara DeSisto for making these polls work. All right, I think, are we done with the poll?
5 seconds.
5 seconds, get in under the wire, you can do it. All right, with 924 total votes, 708 voted to end debate, 202 voted to continue debate, 708 yes, 202 no, 14 abstentions. We'll move to a vote on the appeal from the ruling of the chair. The question is, shall the ruling of the chair be sustained? A yes vote will sustain the ruling of the chair that a 2/3 vote is required to amend the agenda from the order of business in the convention special rules. A no vote would overturn that ruling, making it in order for the agenda to be amended with a simple majority. So the question again is, shall the ruling of the chair be sustained? A yes sustains my ruling, a no overturns it. The poll is out. Whether or not the ruling of the chair should be sustained requires a majority to sustain the ruling of the chair.
Actually, it requires a majority to overturn the ruling.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I always get it backwards. My bad. It would require a majority voting no to overturn my ruling. Is that a correct statement, Mr. Brown?
You are correct. Your ruling is sustained on a tie vote.
Okay. It looks like we're about 40 seconds into this poll. We will go for the full 2 minutes. I assume that the 2 minutes, while it may have been long for some people, make sure that it's not abrupt for anyone else. There has been a request as a point of personal privilege that panelists mute themselves if they're not speaking so that background noise is not heard. There's a point of order in the secretary's notes. It's Oklahoma delegate Chad Williams is going to be the next appeal from the ruling of the chair after we're done with this.
Thirty seconds left.
Thank you. Kentucky delegate Michelle Randall requests putting the motion in the poll. I will continue to speak it. It's easier for the technical staff to have it phrased as shall the ruling be sustained and have me make it clear before and during the voting what we're voting on. But a yes vote sustains the ruling of the chair that it requires 2/3 in order to amend the agenda from the agenda that's in the bylaws. A no vote overturns that. With the poll closed, we have 914 total votes. Believe 511 yes to sustain the ruling, 511. 371 no to overturn the ruling, 371. 32 abstentions. Not that that needs to be in the minutes. And so we are now done with that appeal from the ruling of the chair. That ruling of the chair has been sustained. Mr. Williams, if you want to restate your, or I can restate it and then you can clarify if I'm not saying it correctly. I ruled in answer to a request for information from, I believe, Mr. Phillips, whether or not any actions taken by this convention would be required to be ratified by a subsequent sitting of this convention in person. I ruled that it would not be required that the delegates here have to have their actions ratified by a subsequent convention, that this is a convention convened under the bylaws and following the bylaws to the best of our ability. Mr. Williams, I believe you raised an appeal from that ruling on the idea that this is in fact not a regular convention and would require a subsequent ratification. Mr. Williams, would you like to speak to your appeal?
That is correct, Mr. Chairman.
Did you want to say anything else in support of it?
Yes, Mr. Chair. According to Robert's rules, any business conducted for subordinate to the body as a whole, which cannot be conducted as per the current edition of Robert's rules unless we are in person, because there's no specific mention of online as being a place or a convention, and was also another ruling overturned by the LNC that a place is not a convention.
Okay. Would anyone else like to be recognized regarding this?
I would, Mr. Chair.
There's a point of order that I need. Andy Craig, California delegate, raises a point of order about whether or not we're even supposed to be in here. Mr. Craig, go ahead. Go ahead, Mr. Craig. Mr. Craig, you are able to unmute at whatever point you're able to unmute.
Yes, sorry that there was a bit of a lag there on being able to unmute myself. My point of order is that this is not an appealable ruling on pending business. It was simply the chair's answer to a point of information. The outcome of this does not affect any pending motion. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Your point of order. Go ahead, Mr. Brown.
Mr. Chairman, I actually agree with Mr. Craig. I was debating whether to make the same point myself, that it sounds to me like this was really more of a response to a parliamentary inquiry, which is not really at issue yet. I think it's maybe not so much a ruling of the chair as it is a response to a parliamentary inquiry as to what might occur in the future.
So I appreciate both Mr. Brown and Mr. Craig. It would be my preference that we get through the debate on whether or not this is in fact a regular convention and whether or not it needs to be ratified by any subsequent body, and we get to a vote where the delegates here get to decide the answer so that we don't come back and relitigate this question. So I'm happy to recognize people that want to speak to this appeal from the ruling of the chair, but I will allow it to be in order so that we can get this done. South Carolina delegate Matthew Hicks, because I think Mr. Wilford, hadn't I just recognized you before? I thought I did. So South Carolina delegate Matthew Hicks, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I move that we limit debate to 30 seconds per person.
Okay, I will ask people to do that. I don't want to create a hard rule, but I'm going to ask.
I'm making a motion, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Hicks, can I ask you to just hold on to that motion, please? And let's just see if we can get through it.
Sure. Yeah, I'm okay with that.
I appreciate that.
Point of information.
Kentucky delegate Ken Molman. And
there we go. All right. I was in line to speak to the main motion, not to this ruling of the chair.
I'm sorry. Do we need another cue for this ruling of the chair? Because we can put everyone's hands down and do another cue. Let's do that. Let's get this done.
I've got a point of information, Mr. Chair.
Ms. Wade, I believe?
Yes, yes.
Go ahead. I can't see anything right now other than a lot of other things, but I'm getting better.
It's not 100% clear to me exactly what happened at the May 9 LNC meeting, and I think it would be helpful to me at least to have a very short summary of what was decided.
So the very short summary of what was decided at the May 9th meeting is a motion was passed by the Libertarian National Convention with a bunch of whereas clauses about the relative impossibility of traveling and COVID stuff and things like that. The meat of that motion was that we would have an online convention starting May 22, which is what we're doing, that the agenda for that convention would be credentials, adoption of the agenda, president and vice president, followed by adjournment to a second sitting of the convention that would be held July 8 through 12 in Orlando, Florida. And that would contain the rest of the agenda. There's been made reference to the fact that there were questions of chair's rulings made in the LNC meeting that pointed in the direction of the internet not being a place or it not being a valid place. There was a ruling from the chair that was specific to the internet being a place that was overturned. But the motion to have this convention that we're having right now did pass through that LNC, and nothing that happens with the LNC is binding on the delegate body as far as the delegates have the ability to sustain or overturn rulings of the chair separate from what happened in a smaller body meeting like the National Committee. Does that answer all the questions you had, Ms. Wade?
I had one more.
Sure.
Is it on the agenda for the July sitting to discuss ratification for some states that may need in-person ratification?
It is currently proposed to be on the agenda. There's a ratification item proposed on the agenda for the July sitting. It is my ruling that that ratification agenda item would not be necessary. That was I think that's the ruling that we're getting into appealing from now. But it is listed on the proposed agenda.
Thank you. That's all I needed.
Thank you. All right. I believe where we're in debate on the ruling from the chair. I believe I'm looking at a queue of people who want to have this happen. Sorry, who want to debate this issue. So Texas delegate John Wilford, followed by Washington delegate Randy McGlenn. Go ahead, John Wilford.
Move the previous question.
Mr. Wilford would like to end debate on the appeal from the ruling of the chair. We will take a vote on whether or not to end debate. A yes vote will end debate and move us to a vote on the appeal from the ruling of the chair. A no vote will allow debate to continue. It requires 2/3 to end debate. Please do a poll on whether or not to end debate. Yes, if you want to end debate. No, if you would like to continue debate on this appeal from the ruling of the chair. That poll will be open for 2 minutes. Please go ahead and vote. There are some Q&A issues regarding points of privilege that the secretary can do. So if the secretary can take a look at those, and then if the Q&A helpers can get rid of things that are not privileged or interrupting motions, that would make my life easier. How long is left in the poll, Ms. DeSisto?
1 minute, 20 seconds, Chairman.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I hate to do this. This is Mimi from California, but Star Child is wishing to be recognized for a point of order, and he's not able to do that from his phone. So he's asked me to put him in the queue.
What's his point of order?
I believe his point of order is because of the technology, but he would like to be recognized.
Windows.
I believe he can do. I don't believe a technology problem is a point of order.
I'm just saying he has a point of order and is asking to be recognized. I don't have his full point of order.
Okay.
He would like to be recognized to make it, but he can't make that himself.
If he is on a phone, and do we know which phone he is on?
30 seconds.
Let me see if I can. I know that he's on. Let me look.
Give me the last 4 of the phone number, that would help.
Give me 1 moment.
Okay.
10 seconds.
10 seconds left on the poll. Again, yes supports ending debate. No allows us to continue debate on the ruling from the chair.
Mr. Chair, Star Child's phone number ends in either 3733 or 0588.
And I'm not seeing him in my list unless he has already been changed to name California Delegate Star Child. So we'll have to find him so he can be recognized. The vote on whether or not to end debate on the appeal from the ruling of the chair, 695 in favor of ending debate, 206 opposed to ending debate, 10 abstentions. That is well over 2/3. Debate will be ended. We will now move to a vote on sustaining the ruling from the chair. I will speak one last time to it. This is the ruling that lets you guys do the business of the party. So sustaining this ruling that this is a regular convention and that you're able to do the business of the party and the actions you take do not need to be ratified is the thing that protects the truth of that issue. We are, as a body, able to interpret our own bylaws, and we interpret them to do the business of the body. That is how I have ruled. That is how I hope people will vote. But we will now move to a vote. Shall the ruling of the chair be sustained? And again, a yes vote sustains the ruling of the chair. A no vote overturns the ruling of the chair. The ruling of the chair is that this is a convention with the ability to do business that does not need to be ratified.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question for you.
Yes, go ahead.
Our secretary, Ms. Harlos, has been putting the currently pending motion just to the right of the minutes she's taking. Do we want to wait until she does that before we launch the poll?
Yes, we can do that. Well, actually, I think it's there. It's up there. The appeal from the ruling of the chair that this is a convention, delegates can conduct business that would not need to be ratified.
Okay.
So, shall the ruling of the chair be sustained? A yes vote sustains the ruling of the chair. A no vote overturns the ruling of the chair. We have 2 minutes.
Please add one no vote for Star Child. He can't vote.
One minute left.
Nice. All right, are we done with the poll, Ms. DeSisto, or is there more time
30
left?
seconds more, Chairman.
That was long enough for me to get a piece of cake.
Mr. Chairman, it's Chris Crawford. I have a point of personal privilege, I
Yes,
think.
Ms. Crawford, go ahead.
My job is becoming very, very hard because we have 3 different lists, but Zoom only gives us 1 list. So I would ask that when a certain round of debate is finished, that you ask people to put their hands down if they
Okay.
no longer wish to speak.
I will do that.
Thank you.
All right.
Mr. Chair, I found Star Child. I believe there is call-in user 3.
Okay. We'll change his name so that he can be easily recognized in the future, and we'll get there after we report out the results. On the vote of whether or not the ruling of the chair shall be sustained, there were 609 votes in favor. There were 609 in favor, 289 votes against, 289 against, 13 abstentions. The ruling of the chair is sustained. The delegates have decided that this is also a convention. We're done with that.
Chairman.
Star Child had a point of order. If his name has been, can we just get his name updated too? Go ahead, Star Child. You are able to be heard.
Thank you. I've been trying to be heard since the beginning of this convention. Can you hear me now?
I just said you're able to be heard.
Okay. Well, just checking, making sure it's working. Yes, I am calling in by phone. I was told by my delegation chair that Dan Fishman had told her several days ago that I would be able to participate. I gave lots of advance notice that Zoom didn't work on my computer. And I have been trying to vote since the beginning of the convention, have been unable to do so. Have not received any responses to that. I am a duly elected delegate. I am being disenfranchised, and I object to the proceedings on this basis. I was promised a technical workaround, but what has not been forthcoming. I've missed numerous votes now.
I'm sorry, Star Child.
So I'm raising a point of order that legitimately elected and credentialed delegates, or at least one delegate, there may be others. I don't know how many people are calling in by phone or may have similar issues, but at least this delegate is being disenfranchised, and I would question the legitimacy of the session on that basis. I don't know the exact proper wording under Roberts how to properly bring up that issue, but it seems to me that that would be a legitimate point of order.
What's your point of order that we should?
That we, well, as far as what I think should happen, we should go to, we should adjourn the session and go to an in-person meeting that allows everybody to participate.
So I'm going to decline your invitation to move to an in-person meeting in favor.
Not now, in July. In July.
Decline your invitation because there are roughly 988 people participating right now, and I will not inconvenience them because you're having a technical issue. I'm sorry. We'll try and work on it.
It's not just me, I don't think, and it was given plenty of advance notice. They knew this was going to be an issue and went ahead with this online session anyway. I don't think it's allowed by our bylaws. I respectfully think the chair is incorrect on it.
The delegates just voted 609 to 289 that it is. So, thank you. I'm sorry. We'll try and get the technical difficulties worked out for you by tomorrow.
Mr. Chairman, point of parliamentary inquiry.
Point of parliamentary inquiry from Mr. Kielski, I believe.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, despite the fact that ratification is not necessary, is it prohibited for a body, if it reconvenes in July in person, to ratify whatever was done before, regardless of its, regardless whether it's necessary?
It's probably not prohibited, but legally, it probably makes a situation worse, not better, because putting it on an agenda for a future session implies that there's an irregularity in the first session. But it's probably not prohibited. I don't think it would necessarily be out of order if such a motion came up in a subsequent convention to say, we totally approve of the things that were done in the previous sitting of the convention.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Ms. Harlos?
point of inquiry.
Mm-hmm.
Along the same lines, would it be inappropriate for the LNC to ratify this decision just to prevent perhaps a future lawsuit where a court might think this needed to be ratified regardless of what we think?
I don't think it would be in order because the LNC passed the motion setting the convention to start today. It has started today. It is now in the hands of the delegate body. In a similar fashion, depending on how it's crafted, it could be passed as essentially a surplusage, but whether that's advisable is sort of a question depending on what the resolution looked like.
Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, I have what looks like Q&A. I'm going to get through them quickly, and then we'll get on with debate over the agenda. I have a parliamentary inquiry from Delaware Delegate Will McVeigh. Mr. McVeigh, what's your parliamentary inquiry?
Mr. Chair, I'm just looking for clarification on where we stand right now. I believe we're doing an amendment to the proposed agenda that requires a 2/3 vote to pass. Is that correct?
We were starting to, I think somebody had started to move the LNC agenda. Is that right?
I believe that's what the motion to amend was, if I'm correct.
Yeah, did
Yes,
it?
Mr. Chair.
Who made it?
I believe it was, hold on, let me go up here. Butler of Tennessee.
All right. So yes, that's the motion that's on the floor, Mr. McVeigh.
All right, and Mr. Chair, if you could clarify for me, just to be sure, is the agenda amendment that has been proposed that now requires a 2/3 vote, is that agenda amendment consistent with the compromise that was reached by the LNC that the majority of delegates have said over the course of the past week and a half they support?
Well, I'm going to suggest that you not interject debate into your.
I'm not interjecting. I'm asking if that's the compromise, sir.
Sure. The motion that was made actually says, at least in the beginning of it, that it was to be the order of business that the LNC had adopted on May 9th.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate it.
Thank you. I have either a point of order of parliamentary procedure from Mr. Montoni. I will let Mr. Montoni speak to it from Colorado. Mr. Montoni, I think you should be recognized. You should be able to unmute yourself, Mr. Montoni. Go ahead.
Sorry, I had my microphone unplugged.
Okay.
I just believe I was looking through Robert's rules of order on this question of a chair having an opinion, and a rather forceful opinion at that, on a contentious issue within the party or within this body. And I think it is correct to say that when the chair has an emotional investment in one side or another of a position of a motion, that he should probably step down and allow someone without an emotional position or an emotional commitment to one side or the other to adjudicate the question, to give it to the body, basically. And I feel like you haven't done that. That is my parliamentary question.
So, Mr. Montoni, do you believe that I have engaged in debate?
I do.
Okay, can you point to an item of debate you believe I've engaged in improperly?
The entire question of whether this is a convention versus a session or whatever else you want to call it, I think you've been very clear on which interpretation that you think should be made.
Yes.
And I think, you know, given the amount of participation that you had at the LNC meeting and now again tonight, I think you do have an emotional investment in one side or the other, and I think therefore you should let someone else have the gavel for the question.
But the question is, have I engaged in debate?
Well, you're kind of engaging in debate right now, aren't you?
I don't believe so.
I think I've raised my point, and I understand you. I understand you disagree, and I'll leave it up to the body to address it.
Thank you, Mr. Montoni. I have been endeavoring to make sure to give things to the body as often as possible. That's why I haven't asked for things to be without objection. I put things up for votes as often as possible. When it comes to questions of what the delegates are allowed to do, I do have a strong opinion on that. But every one of my rulings, I believe, tonight of any substance has been appealed and has been either sustained. I don't think any have been overturned yet, but for the most part, they've been sustained by the body. I think I'm walking the line, but at such point as people think I'm not walking the line and someone is properly recognized in order, they can move to vacate the chair either permanently or temporarily for either the remaining of the proceeding or not. But if I'm not engaging in active debate, I intend to hold the gavel unless asked by the body not to.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You're welcome, Mr. Montoni.
Mr. Chair, point of parliamentary inquiry, please.
Yes, Mr. Flower from Vermont, go ahead.
You just said that the body can ask you to not hold the gavel.
Yes.
When is that in order to make that motion?
When somebody is recognized in the normal order of business, and it would also need to be done, I believe it can't interrupt currently pending questions. Although, Mr. Brown, you can tell me whether or not. I don't believe a motion to remove somebody can interrupt a currently pending question.
That's correct, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. So it would be in order again when we get back outside of the currently pending motion.
Thank you for answering the question, Mr. Chair.
You're welcome, Mr. Flower. Tennessee Delegate William Helmstetter asks, as a point of parliamentary procedure, whether or not the convention can call a vote to recognize the meeting we are in as a place. We could, however, that is essentially the result of the sustaining of my last ruling that was appealed. So I don't think it's necessary to do it again, but we could do it that way as well. There is a request for points of information about reports from the Treasurer, Audit Committee, Bylaws, and Platform. Those are not available right now. I don't have an answer to that, and we can try and have an answer by tomorrow. Sorry, I'm just going through the Q&A and make sure there aren't any points of order.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Ms. Harlos.
The platform committee report is ready. I can send it to the executive director to send out to the delegates if they so wish.
Let's
wait till the
agenda, if that's okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right. I have a point of order from Michigan Delegate James Lewis that we should not have decided the issue of whether or not this is a convention by a ruling of the chair, that we should have had a separate motion. That may be the preferred way to do it. I think that as a matter of, course, we have already dealt with that issue, and that doing another question about it is not required by the rules of order. I think I just got rid of one of them.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I agree that normally the correct way of handling something like that is a ruling of the chair and then an appeal. And I believe that's the way this was disposed of.
Okay. So there's a request for information as whether or not a second session can't ratify or whether it doesn't need to do so. My ruling is that it doesn't need to do so, but it would be allowed for a second session to do a ratification. My opinion after consulting with the parties council is that that would be bad for the party's legal position vis-a-vis ballot access. There's a point of order from New York Delegate Pietro Garacci that I previously refused to entertain this motion from a first speaker. I can't undo that. There's a point of order from Arizona Delegate Mike Shipley. Mr. Shipley, I'll recognize you to make your point of order. Maybe, if I can find you.
Mr. Chair, this is Mike Shipley, delegate from Arizona. I believe I made my point in the Q&A, but I'll just reiterate. And I will ask the panelists to please remember that they are contrary to the spirit of Robert's rules by jumping in the line and speaking simply because they have the technological ability to unmute themselves. That is equivalent to literally walking up to a microphone, cutting on line, and speaking into the mic, and it violates the rights of the other delegates. We are all equal in this body. You are not above us. You are not a special aristocratic class of people that get to talk over us. And if the chair can't rule you dilatory, then I would ask that you please internalize the dilatory nature of what you're doing and stop. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shipley.
Point of order. Mr. Chairman, would you let everybody know that the reason that panelists are doing that is because we do not have the ability to type in the Q&A. Therefore, if we don't do this, we don't ever get to raise points of order.
I understand that. And I said this previously when Mr. Shipley had raised it. I understand the need for the panelists to be able to interrupt in order to make points of order. It is the opinion of some of the delegates that panelists are interrupting even when they don't have actual interruptible motions and using that ability to speak more often.
Point of information, Chairman?
Yes?
If the panelists click on the participants button on the bottom of their screen, they can raise their hand and get it.
They can, but they can't do Q&A. And that's the issue. Panelists cannot ask questions. All right. I'm trying to, there's a lot of people putting things in the Q&A that are not really points of order. I know that this is not fun for some people, but making it less fun for others is not helpful. New York Delegate Andrew Colsty raises a point of order. How can we have 911 people voting when there are 905 credentials delegates? There are credentials actions happening anyway. We just haven't changed the credentials report yet. There's a point of order from Montana Delegate Francis Went. Go ahead, Mr. Went. I just have to find you, Mr. Went. Go ahead, Mr. Went.
I apologize about that. So my point of order was raised at 7 p.m. Mountain Standard Time. Vermont Delegate Mr. Fowler and Texas Delegate Whitney Bellew both jumped the line in points of order. They must be placed in points of order. Whenever a panelist raises a point of order, we must go straight to the Q&A, resolve the Q&A before that panelist is recognized. They are literally abusing the rest of the delegation. That is what is happening.
Thank you, Mr. Went. Mr. Faulkner is trying to make a motion in the Q&A. You will need to be recognized to make a motion. There is a point of order from Mr. Helmstetter from Tennessee that motives should not be called into question. Point of parliamentary procedure from Nevada Delegate Luis Pombo, that the speaker queue still reflects the previous debate. That should be removed and the previous list for current business should ascend. I am not managing the speaker queue, but we will take that under consideration. Illinois Delegate John Phillips raises this issue with the speaker queue and changing the speaker queue. I would like to move to business, but as long as people keep making these appeals, we get kind of screwed up in the order. Texas Delegate Clayton Hunt has a request for information that is, I believe, a parliamentary inquiry, but I don't understand it. Mr. Hunt, go ahead.
So my point of information is to essentially ask, we have all these, to the gentleman that was asking about trying to question your motives to replace you, wouldn't it be possible to add that to the agenda that we are supposed to be considering? Would that be an option? Would that be in order?
Yes, when somebody is recognized to debate this current motion, the Butler motion, they can move to amend it to try and add other things into the agenda that they wished.
That's it.
Question?
That answers my question.
Okay, thank you. Oklahoma Delegate Aaron Adams asked for orders of the day. There are not orders of the day right now, Ms. Adams, because we don't have an agenda adopted.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Ms. Harlos.
are you considering calling a short recess at any point in case anyone needs to use the restroom, such as the convention secretary?
I would love to. And what I would like to do is get through the points of order in the Q&A, and then we will move to a recess. And I would propose that we start a completely new speakers queue for the current motion. This speakers queue issue has gotten a little out of control, and I don't like it. And I'd like it to be back in control. So, Mr. Wendt, I believe we already got your point of order. Florida Delegate John Luteski has a point of privilege. My cake was flavored chocolate. The previous list went away. There's a request for information. The current motion is the currently pending motion. Tennessee Delegate Butler moved to amend the order of business for this convention to be the order of business for the first sitting of the convention the LNC adopted on May 9th as follows: credentials, adoption of the agenda, nominations of president and vice president, and adjournment to a second sitting. We are going to be at ease for 10 minutes. We will be back at 8:27 Austin time. 8:27 Austin time. 9:27 Eastern, 6:27 Pacific. We will be back.
Speaker.
We will be at ease until 8:27 Austin time.
Everything's a terrible idea.
I have a question for Ms. Crawford. Is this speaker queue that I'm looking at, is that the speaker queue for the pending motion, or was that the speaker queue from a previous issue?
Okay. There's only one queue.
Okay.
And there's only one possible queue, and it's the people who have their hands up.
Okay.
So imagine that there is a microphone and there is a line of people at the microphone. And if they want to stay there at the microphone, they are going to stay there. There's really nothing else we can do. We can't reconstruct, we can't put everybody's hands down and somehow keep a list of who had their hands up and then put it back. We just can't do that.
Since we're at ease, that was the point I was trying to make right before the adjournment, or excuse me, the recess.
Yeah. I don't know what to do about it.
Mr. Chairman.
What would you do if there was a line at a microphone and the people didn't sit down when the motion changed?
I mean, I would just start going through the queue that exists. And that's what I would like to do. But there are people who are abusing the Q&A because they're not really asking points of order. They're filibustering and making it so that people who are seeking to be recognized on business are not able to be recognized. Right. And it's creating an issue of privilege of the body because there are people who have been trying to get in line to speak who have had their time taken up by people trying to appeal things that were obviously not going to pass, but wanted to be heard. And we're running into an issue with this right now.
May I make a suggestion?
Yes, Mr. Levy, go ahead.
Can we have somebody who is an expert on parliamentary procedure who is not a delegate to watch these Q&As and ask that people who have a Q&A to actually spell out what they're trying to say, and then somebody can get rid of the things that shouldn't be brought up, I guess.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Mr. Kielski.
Michael Kielski, delegate from Arizona. To address the previous point that you were trying to make, it appears that that list, that line is in some kind of a text document, and it would not be too challenging for whoever is maintaining that to, when you say, well, we're going to take that current list and put it on hold and start a new list, for somebody to simply copy and paste where that list was into another document or below the list that you're starting, with a clear indicator where one breaks, so that when that is resolved, that previous list can be restored to its former glory. 3 times now, I have found that, for example, I've tried to put into that list, and I see that my name isn't even on there anymore because it's gotten removed. But it is what it is. But again, as a technical solution, it is being typed. Somebody could be just copied out of there and keep it in another document for a few moments and then paste it back, or just push it down with a clear indicator with a break list.
Mr. Chairman, may I make a suggestion? Nick, can you hear me?
We're at ease still, correct?
1 more minute.
Can anybody hear me?
Christina, why not use a spreadsheet instead? And then you have sheets at the bottom.
Because the list that we need to know who's standing in line. Basically, all we know is who is standing in line. And if they don't get out of line, they're still on the list. And if we lower all the hands, we're basically telling everybody, go back to your seat. Then if we restore the list, it's like getting everybody back out of their seat to stand at the microphone in a particular order. So it just...
But this is no different than if somebody simply had a piece of paper there and people would write down their and then sit down and you just at the appropriate point. To simply just say, well, everybody's scattered and we don't know what the order is.
Okay, well, the solution then is to keep the old list, and it will be different from people who have their hands raised.
The suggestion about using a spreadsheet was that you could move people from you could copy them to another column and start a second list in the first column.
Okay, time's up.
Here's the issue. It's 9:27. We're going to proceed with the meeting.
Testing. To
the extent we're going to do this later in a different way tomorrow, we might. But for tonight, we're going to go through the list of people. We're going to recognize people. We're going to get this done. Mr. Molman, I understand your point of order that you were on deck to speak to the motion. Mr. Molman, I'm going to recognize you. Go ahead, Mr. Molman.
All right. I have a very big concern with adopting anything but this agenda. There was a huge LNC fight. It was 8.5-hour meeting. We're approximately 3 hours into this debate now. We had...
Which argument are you making?
What's that?
Nothing.
Okay. The point is that what Ms. Butler has put forward is the compromise that has been talked about. It is at least a baseline. The reason, the rationale behind having this meeting today was for ballot access, for getting POTUS and VPOTUS out of the way. I would like to ask the delegates to pass this agenda, and if then we go forward and add more things, then that is the will of the delegation. But at a bare minimum, we need to get this business done. This business cannot be argued over. We have ballot access concerns. We need to get this business done. So I ask the delegation to pass this motion, and then anyone who wants to do additional business is free to add another amendment onto the agenda after this is passed. Thank you.
All right. I have a point of order from Alicia Matson from California. Ms. Matson, go ahead with your point of order.
So I posted in the Q&A to point out that there are more people in this Zoom meeting than there are on the credentials list. I have a screenshot showing 992 in the Zoom meeting. At the same instant, I grabbed from Election Buddy the current numbers that have registered with credentials as being 968. And I know we have some, a handful of staff in and a parliamentarian, but the gap is larger than that. So
what's your point of order, Ms. Matson?
Have people in and able to vote who are not on the credentials list. And, I've also seen the person posting in Q&A, anonymous attendee, whatever that's about. So just want to make sure
what's your
that
point of order, Ms. Matson?
where we have a discrepancy in who's in the room.
Okay, does that affect the orders of the day or the ability of us to make debate?
It's about who's voting on all of the business before us.
Okay. Well, at such point where you have a question as to whether or not there are the correct number of credentialed delegates, we can raise it when we get to a vote.
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
Who is saying a point of order?
Howard Blitz from Arizona.
Go ahead, Mr. Blitz.
Robert Pepperton was like number 6 on that speaker queue, and now he's been dropped. I don't know how far
That's
down.
not a point of order, Mr. Blitz, and I'm not taking those as points of order anymore because we can't fix it.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Goldstein, you have a point of personal privilege. Go ahead.
Information pertaining to the contract negotiations with the hotel. If that's in order right now, sir?
It is not. It is not in order right now. We are on a motion. You can seek to be recognized at some point. It's a point of parliamentary inquiry from Nevada Delegate Louis Pombo as to whether or not we have a possibility of keeping a list of people. We are working on it. We will work to do better.
Mr. Chair, this is Jason, Delegate Chair of Nevada. Mr. Pombo had some suggestions, so if there's a way he can get those suggestions to you, I'm sure he would be happy to oblige with helping out here.
I believe suggestions should be sent to Mr. Fishman after this meeting is done tonight for improvements tomorrow.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. There's a point of order. Virginia Delegate Joe Pascal is supposed to be delegation chair for LP Virginia. Has that been taken care of? And if it has not been taken care of, can it get taken care of? Joe Pascal, Virginia delegate, needs to be elevated to delegation chair. Omar Requero raises a point of information regarding the amendment, so it is in order and can interrupt. Does the current proposal where it says adjourn to second sitting prevent the LNC from amending a future date and time should a worse scenario occur with Orlando? Adjourning to a second sitting on our agenda, if this motion is adopted, means that after the orders of the day after nominations were done would be to adjourn to a second sitting, but this body would have to adopt the second sitting or adopt and incorporate the proposed second sitting from the LNC proposal.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Ms. Carlos.
I realized that I posted it in. Never mind. Pardon me. I got confused.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. We are now going to move to the speaker queue. I'm going to move through the speaker queue as quickly as I can. And we're going to ask people to keep their comments brief and relevant to the motion, the currently pending motion to adopt this amended agenda. South Dakota Delegate Carl Abernathy.
Am I able to speak, Your Honor? Am I able to say words now, Your Honor? Can I speak freely, sir?
You're speaking right now, Mr. Abernathy.
Okay, well, good. Let me be loud and clear when I say this. I motion to add censuring the chair, Nicholas Sarwar, to tonight's agenda.
Point of order. I already know your point of order, Mr. Abernathy. To be in order, you would have to move to amend the motion on the floor.
All right. I move to amend
add
the motion on the
that-
floor to add, as you're saying, the censuring of Nicholas Sarwark, chairman of the Libertarian Party.
Where in the agenda would you add that amendment?
I would add that to after adoption of the agenda.
Okay, so you would like to add a censure of the chair immediately after the adoption of the agenda and prior to nominations of president and vice
I would
president?
also like to remove nominations of president and vice president until an in-person convention.
Point of order, this is frivolous and dilatory, Mr. Chair. It
Actually,
needs to stop.
I'm in order. I'm in order. I waited in line. I get to say my piece. I'm questioning whether or not the secretaries of states of all 50 states will even recognize this as a
Mr.
legitimate
Abernathy,
vote.
Mr. Abernathy, what you're doing now is engaging in debate and it will not be allowed.
All right,
So
well,
you would like to amend the currently pending motion to add censure of the chair after adoption of the agenda and also move to strike nominations of president and vice president?
and move it to the in-person Orlando convention.
Okay, so
Consideration.
I was going to ask if there was a second.
Seconded.
There's a second from Vermont Delegate Archie Flower. Mr. Abernathy, there has been objection to consideration. Mr. Brown, do I let Mr. Abernathy speak to his motion before the objection to consideration is dealt with or after?
I believe objection to consideration is not debatable.
Okay, and does objection to consideration happen before Mr. Abernathy gets to speak to his motion or not?
I think you take up the objection to consideration first.
Okay, so Mr.
If
Abernathy, it has
If
been,
I followed the order properly.
there has been objection to consideration of your question. It is not debatable. It is not amendable. So we'll move to a vote on whether or not to consider Mr. Abernathy's amendment.
And it requires a 2/3 vote to not consider it.
Okay, and how do I phrase the question?
I haven't had this come up in a long time, but I believe you would phrase that as shall the motion be considered.
Okay, so shall the motion be considered is the poll. Oh, the objection to consideration was from Ohio Delegate Homer Taft. All right, so we were going to move to a vote on objection to consideration. The question is, shall Mr. Abernathy's amendment be considered? A yes vote will allow us to consider his amendment and allow him to speak to it. A no vote will not allow us to take up this question. It requires 2/3 in the negative in order to stop consideration of the question. So a yes vote lets us consider it. A no vote will stop us from considering it. Whenever the poll is ready, we will put it out there. All right, the poll is open on whether or not to consider Mr. Abernathy's amendment. A yes vote will allow consideration. A no vote will not allow us to consider it.
And I did a quick check in Roberts, Mr. Chairman, and I believe my response was correct.
Thank you. We are about 44 seconds in. Again, a yes vote allows this motion to be considered. A no vote will stop us from considering it. We're about 1 minute and 30 seconds in. Again, a yes vote will allow us to consider Mr. Abernathy's amendment. A no vote will object to that consideration. About 20 seconds left. All right, we've gone to 2 minutes. Shall the motion be considered? The yeses are 127. The noes are 773. The abstentions are 17. 127 yes, 773 no, 17 abstentions. Mr. Abernathy, we will not be considering your motion.
Do I get to ask one question, sir?
What question do you have, Mr. Abernathy?
If even one state loses ballot access due to this process, will the LNC members resign their positions?
I can't answer that question for you, Mr. Abernathy.
What question do you have, Mr.
Abernathy? If even. All right, Mr. Abernathy. I have a parliamentary inquiry, Mr. Brown. It has been asked in the Q&A how one would go about a motion to remove Delegate Abernathy from the convention. Mr. Brown, if you could let me know how that would be handled and when it would be in order.
I think it would be in order now. It would require, I believe, just a motion to
Brown, if you could let me know how that would be handled and when it would be in order. Ms. Reynolds, sorry, go ahead, Mr. Brown.
Yeah, I was trying to answer. I believe it would be in order now. And it would be a
I'd
motion.
like to make a motion to remove Mr. Abernathy.
Ms. Reynolds, please don't.
I would like to make that motion to remove Mr. Abernathy.
Ms. Reynolds, you have not been recognized. Please mute your microphone.
Yeah, to try again, Mr. Chairman, that would be the correct motion, that he be removed from the meeting, from the assembly.
Okay.
And it would take a majority vote.
Okay, we'll take a majority vote. Ms. Reynolds, I keep muting you because I'm not recognizing you yet, so please mute yourself. All right. I have a point of order from New York Delegate Blake Tarnoff indicating that Mr. Abernathy's points were main motions. I believe it was an amendment. I have a point of order from California Delegate Aaron Starr.
Yes, can you
Go
hear me,
ahead,
Mr.
Mr.
Chairman?
Starr.
Thank you. So an objection consideration only applies to main motions. So if you look on page 267, it says the purpose of an objection to the consideration of a question is to enable the assembly to avoid a particular original main motion altogether when it believes it would be strongly undesirable for the motion even to come before the assembly. What would have been proper was to try to close debate, ask to close debate on this. We should have voted this down, but we didn't have the right to object to consideration because it wasn't a main motion.
Thank you, Mr. Starr.
I think actually Mr. Starr is correct. I thought at first it was a main motion, but it was not. It was an amendment, which is a secondary motion. It could have just been voted down.
Okay, I believe there's a couple other points of order that make the same point of order. We are past it now. Motion to divide is out of order. Please stop using the Q&A not to point. California Delegate Elijah Gizzarelli raises a point of order. If it is not in order to censure the chair, it is not in order to remove a member of the body. That is not a well-taken point of order. The comfort of the body is always allowable. I'm going to keep going through the list of speakers. We are now back to Ms. Butler's motion. New Hampshire Delegate Darrell Perry.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I would like to amend the agenda to add as the first item of business, ratifying the judicial committee that is listed on the Libertarian Party's website of bylaws mandated committees. Those members being Ruth Bennett, Chuck Moulton, Jeffrey Neal, Darrell Perry, D. Frank Robinson, Tricia Sprinkle, and Jim Turney.
Objection to consideration of the question.
Mr. Perry, is there a reason that you're moving to add ratification of a previous election rather than moving to add elections for a new judicial committee?
Yes, because the 7 people listed on the LP website did not receive a majority of the vote at 2018. In 2018, the bylaws were amended to say that judicial committee is elected in
Mr. Perry?
the years between.
Mr. Perry?
Yes.
There's presently a vacancy in the judicial committee, and it would be in order to add elections to an agenda and be a lot simpler than trying to ratify an election from 2 years ago with different delegates.
Then I will add election of judicial committee. That is my motion.
So so we have a motion to amend from Tennessee Delegate Butler. You are moving to amend the amendment to add election of judicial committee at what place in that proposed agenda?
As the first item of business.
The first item of business after the adoption of agenda.
Correct.
Okay. Is there a second to Mr. Perry's amendment?
Second that.
Okay, I have a second to the amendment. Mr. Perry, do you need to speak to the amendment anymore?
I do not.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, may I make a motion to?
No, Mr. Kielski, you may not. The next speaker is Oklahoma Delegate Drew Cook. And Ms. Harlos, do you have the current motion up so that people know what we're amending? Oklahoma Delegate Cook, go ahead.
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion to suspend the rules and vacate the chair.
Mr. Brown, is it in order to make a motion to suspend the rules in that fashion at this time?
I think not, unless there's an allegation that there's been no ruling of the chair appeal from. I think at this time it's not in order.
Okay, but so we can't deal with the suspension of the rules because we're in the midst of other business? Is that?
Well, the rules can be suspended to do it. Normally, if you're going to suspend the rule, well, actually, yes, it would be in order now. It would be in order now.
Mr. Cook has made a motion to vacate the chair, to suspend the rules to allow us to take up the vacation of the chair. I believe a motion to suspend the rules is not debatable, right?
That's correct. Yes, sir.
Okay, so we will move to an immediate vote on whether or not the rules will be suspended to take up consideration of whether or not the chair should be vacated.
And it would take a 2/3 vote.
Okay. So the question is, shall the rules be suspended to take up consideration of vacating the chair? Let's get that poll out. A yes vote will suspend the rules in order to take up that item of business. A no vote will allow us to go back to the amendment Mr. Perry had proposed in consideration of that amendment and the underlying motion. So if we can get a poll for whether or not we should allow a suspension of the rules to consider vacating the chair.
You know what? I'm about ready to shut this fucking thing off and go away.
Please don't cuss.
Ms. Harlos, you're
Sorry.
okay. We're going to do this. Can we get that poll? Sorry. whether or not the rules should be suspended. Shall the rules be suspended to take up consideration of vacating the chair? All right, a yes vote will suspend the rules to take up vacating the chair. A no vote will not suspend the rules and allow us to get back to debating the agenda amendments. We'll leave the poll up for 2 minutes. While the poll is going, we're voting on whether or not to suspend the rules to take up vacating the chair. I'm going to take some of the points of order that I can deal with. Tennessee Delegate William Helmstetter raises a point of order that we have no agenda to amend. That is not exactly correct. We have the starting agenda from the bylaws. We have a motion to amend that agenda from Ms. Butler to adopt the agenda that the LNC passed. We have an amendment to that amendment from Mr. Perry to add judicial committee elections in. There's a point of parliamentary inquiry from California Delegate June Jennis. If we could recognize Ms. Jennis, go ahead.
I think you just answered it. The way it was,
okay.
The way it appeared on the screen, it looked like it was another independent amendment, but I think you just clarified that this is an amendment to the amendment.
Yes. Okay, thank you, Ms. Jennis. We can't object to consideration of the suspension of the rules, Mr. Hicks. Michigan Delegate James Lewis raises a point of order that we are in Mr. Perry's amendment and should be dealing with that first. That's correct, but it's a suspension of the rules to take up something else out of order. So we're going to deal with the suspension question.
20 seconds.
Thank you. How do I change a vote in a poll? I actually don't know that answer. I don't know how you would change your vote in a poll, but somebody asked that as a point of information. So I don't know. We are almost done with the poll as far as shall the rules be suspended to take up vacating the chair. The poll is completed with 909 votes cast. 126 would like to take up the suspension of the rules to vacate the chair. 771 would not like to take up that business, and 13 people chose to abstain. At this point, given the results of multiple votes, I will be considering any further motions to censure or vacate my seat to be dilatory. And we will now move on. We are on Mr. Perry's amendment to the amendment. And I next have Colorado Delegate Karen Ann Harlos. Go ahead. Sorry, you're muted.
I was in line for the main motion, not the amendment, so I don't know what to do about that.
You can debate on both.
Okay, I would urge everyone, whether this main motion is amended or not, that we pass this, and at the end of business, we could always add more things, and it's not even a higher threshold. It's still the same 2/3. So let's move on. Let's adopt this, and if we have time at the end of nominating our candidates, which is the most important thing, because let me remind you, if you adopt the convention agenda, the candidates aren't till the very end. We'll have to go through a whole other of this, maybe 3 hours again. So let's please adopt this, and then if at the end people have energy and they feel like we can do more, we can always add more.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, if I recall what happened correctly, I think the motion has already been made and seconded to amend the agenda to add the election of the Judicial Committee. If so, that's the pending item. Am I incorrect?
You're not incorrect about the pending item. So basically, we had the underlying, which is the bylaws rules about the order. We have the Tennessee amendment, which is to replace that order with the order adopted by the LNC. And then we have Mr. Perry's amendment to the amendment, which is adding in the Judicial Committee elections into Ms. Butler's amendment. I'm allowing for free debate on the underlying because it's going to go quicker, not because it's technically correct for Ms. Harlos to argue the underlying when there's a subsidiary amendment. Does that make sense, Mr. Brown?
I'm not sure I followed it, because normally you would debate first the merits of the amendment to add the Judicial Committee. but you're the chairman.
Okay. There's a point of parliamentary inquiry from Oklahoma Delegate Erin Adams. Go ahead, Ms. Adams.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. You may have just addressed it. My question was going to be, would it be in order to divide these so that we deal with one and then the other?
I don't think that would be in order, nor do I think it's going to end up helping us get to resolution faster, because what we basically have is the default is the convention rules. And then what's happening in this debate is to try and get to some consensus about what replacement for the convention rules is acceptable to the the 2/3 majority of this body. And I don't think that goes faster with division.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome. A point of inquiry from New Hampshire Delegate Andrew Olding about whether or not the thresholds are the same is no, it is 2/3 for anything that's outside of the convention business. We already dealt with that. Or outside of the underlying original order of business from the bylaws. All right, Nevada Delegate Louis Pombo, and then I have Maine Delegate Tyler Rowe on deck.
Good evening, Mr. Chair. Thank you. I'd like to move to call the previous question.
All right, Mr. Pombo would like to close debate on, Mr. Pombo, is that on the previous question, the amendment to the amendment, or is it on all previous questions?
All previous questions.
Okay. Mr. Pombo has moved to end debate on all previous questions. We will move to a vote on whether or not to end debate. So a yes vote would end debate on all previous questions, and we would move to votes on the Perry amendment, followed by the Butler amendment. A no vote would allow us to continue debate in the amendment process. So if we can do a poll on whether or not we should end debate. All right, the poll is up, whether or not you support ending debate on all previous questions, or if you want to continue debate. So a yes vote ends debate, a no vote will move us to votes on the previous questions. While that voting is happening, I'm just going to deal with Mr. Pepitton's point of personal privilege. I understand that you've been moved down and removed from the queue several times. We're trying to make the speaker list work better. We're getting there. I apologize. Mr. Tarnoff raises a point of order that both amendments are out of order because an amendment must be germane or have bearing on the subject to motion to be amended. I rule that they are in order. We were on the issue of adopting the agenda. It is in order to amend the agenda from the special rules of order at that time, albeit subject to the thresholds. And both of those amendments had to do with the order of business that this convention would take up. So they're all in order. They're just a little tough for me to keep in my head, but you know, practice makes perfect. We are in this poll on closing debate. I believe we have about a minute. Do we have 30 seconds left?
30 seconds left, sir.
About 30 seconds left.
Mr. Chair, point of parliamentary inquiry, please.
Mr. Flower, yes, what's your parliamentary inquiry?
I have a delegate that I cannot reach at the moment, and I tried swapping him out. I was told that I cannot do that without him actually leaving the Zoom, and I'm wondering how we can resolve that.
I would suggest you use this special way to communicate with Mr. Fishman and try and sort that out.
I did.
So just interjecting here. So if the state chair says remove this person and they don't consent, they can still be removed?
The delegation chair controls their delegation. It's a little, I think that that's okay.
I will make it happen.
But I would suggest that delegation chairs do their best to try and contact a not contactable delegate first. The poll on ending debate has closed. There are 819 people in favor of ending debate, 78 opposed to ending debate, and 12 who chose to abstain. So by a vote of 819 to 78, we will move all previous questions. The first question before the body is whether the Perry Amendment should be adopted, which would insert the Judicial Committee election immediately following adoption of the agenda and prior to the presidential and vice presidential voting. So a yes vote on this amendment would adopt that amendment to the underlying motion. A no vote would not adopt that amendment, adding the Judicial Committee elections into the amendment that was previously under consideration. So we need a poll on should the Perry Amendment be adopted. Should the amendment to add election of Judicial Committee be adopted? And so as soon as we get that poll up, we can move to that vote, and then we'll get to the vote underneath it, and then we'll see whether that's 2/3. So we just need a poll on whether or not to adopt the Perry Amendment to the amendment. Or a poll on whether to adopt the amendment to add election to the Judicial Committee. There we go. Poll is out. Illinois Delegate John Phillips raises the question of, if we don't adopt the Perry Amendment, did the LNC motion not include the Judicial Committee in the second sitting? I believe the LNC motion did include the Judicial Committee in the second sitting, and the same vacancy would exist then as exists now. So, you know, nothing is final until it's final.
That's my understanding,
everything the
Mr. Chairman.
delegates do. So, you know, getting an agenda that we can all live with is kind of the goal of tonight, along with resolving most of the issues of controversy that we knew were going to come up. I have a point of parliamentary inquiry and a point of order from California Delegate June Jenis. If you can do those, we still have a minute left on the poll. But go ahead, Ms. Jenis.
Yeah, the inquiry part was, does the mention of the Judicial Committee in the secondary session still included at the end as it usually is, or would it take a motion to move it up to the beginning of the second session? And if so, when would it be appropriate to make that motion?
So, yes, it's near the end. It is currently contained in the suggestion for a second session. If it wanted to be moved in the second session, the appropriate place to take that up is at the outset of the second session with the delegates who are present there.
10 seconds.
Did that answer all your questions, Ms. Jenis?
Sort of. I mean, I'm just wondering if it would be out of order if someone tried to move its place in the agenda at this session. Probably it's appropriate to do it at the second, but there's a lot of us who aren't going to get to the second session and feel we have a vested interest in making sure we have a good judiciary in place by the end of that session.
Okay. All right. Well, we're now getting into debate, but I appreciate it, and we'll try and figure it out. All right. The motion to adopt the amendment to add the Judicial Committee, the yeses were 123. The noes were 757, abstains were 25. Yeses 123, noes 757, abstain 25. The amendment fails. We will now proceed to a vote on the Butler amendment. And I can't see the speakers list because of where things are, but so we're going to proceed to a vote on the Butler amendment, which would amend the order of business for this convention to be the order of business for the first sitting of the convention which is credentials, adoption of agenda, nominations of president and vice president, and then adjourn to a second sitting. We will need 2/3 for this. A yes vote will adopt the Butler amendment. A no vote will not adopt the Butler amendment.
Mr. Chairman, what is the primary amendment? I was thinking that was it.
So the Butler amendment is a motion to substitute that list of things, credentials, adoption agenda, nominations of president and vice president, and adjourn to second sitting, for the order of business that's in the convention rules. So adopting this by 2/3 will make this the order of business unless or until the agenda is further modified by this convention.
Very good. Okay, thank you, sir.
Failing to adopt this by 2/3 will put us back to having the original convention order of business and return us to the point of other motions to amend the agenda being in order. Okay. So now this is a vote on whether to adopt the Butler amendment. So a yes vote adopts the Butler amendment with this order of business. A no vote does not adopt the Butler amendment and puts us back into the convention agenda that is the default in the bylaws. And this one takes 2/3. Looks like we're about 30 seconds in. We've already got 66% voted. So you guys are getting better at this voting thing. That's always nice. There's a question from a California delegate about the Butler amendment. That changes the order of business for this first sitting of the convention to be credentials, adoption of agenda, nomination of president and vice president, and then an adjournment to second sitting. The point of order is that we've already done and moved on from credentials. That is, it's not technically a point of order. What has happened is we've adopted the original credentials report, but we're still trying to adopt an agenda for this sitting of the convention. So even though part of adopting that agenda will be to adopt agenda items that we may have already gone through, such is the nature of a convention. When it convenes, you got to get the credentials in first.
40 seconds left.
Thank you, Ms. DeSisto. We have 40 seconds left. I have 904 who have voted. Again, a yes adopts the Butler amendment. A no would not adopt the Butler amendment.
Fifteen seconds.
Thank you. Okay. It's 928 total votes. 792 vote in favor of the amendment. 103 vote against the amendment. 33 abstain. The amendment is adopted. That is the agenda for this convention at this time. I think we have to, Mr. Brown, do we have to proceed to adopting that as the convention agenda? Do we need a motion for that?
I think that's essentially what you just did, but I guess it won't hurt to do it, to make it formal.
Point of order, Mr. Chair?
Yes, Ms. Harlos.
Maybe I'm confused, but I think you did that. That's why we had the higher threshold of the 2/3.
That's what I'm trying to figure out, whether or not it actually gets adopted, or what I'm actually trying to figure out is whether or not it is in order to recognize people who want to further amend it.
I think it was adopted with this.
Because we moved all the previous questions, we got all the way down to the bottom.
Point of order. This is Mimi.
Ms. Robson, just a
California.
second. No,
Okay.
Mr. Brown, is that right?
I think that's right. I'm thinking about it, Mr. Chairman.
So what I've got from Ms. Mattson is she believes that we adopted the amendment, but we do have to adopt this underlying main motion.
That was my point of order. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Well, what is the underlying main motion?
The underlying main motion is to adopt this agenda that we've just amended.
I think I would do that just to be on the safe side.
Okay.
And
So
would that be 50%, Mr. Chair, or 2/3? I think we'd be at 50%.
We might be, but it's going to be the same. I just have this feeling. I don't see it changing.
Chairman?
Yes, Dr. Ahmad?
I believe that the parliamentarian is correct, that you actually have already done it because you set the standard at 2/3. However, I also agree with him that it's probably most expedient to just go ahead and have another vote.
Let's do that. So the question is, shall the agenda be adopted? And we'll vote on that. Shall the amended agenda be adopted?
Adopted as the agenda for the first sitting.
Yeah, it just adopted is fine. All right, so if we can do a vote on that. And once we do a vote on that of whether or not to adopt the amended agenda, once that poll goes out, while there's a point of order on whether or not we have to debate adopting the agenda. Is debate in order at this point, Mr. Brown? It's been raised as a point of order, so.
I think debate would be in order, but I do still feel like that you actually adopted this with the amendment. I think this stuff is not necessary. It might make me.
Point of order.
What's
Again, I'm sorry, it's Mimi from California. It would not be debatable at this point because all previous questions were called. We've disposed
I think
the secondary,
right.
the primary. Now we're at the bottom one, and it's no longer.
Right. I think you're right.
Well, if you're voting on a new motion to actually adopt this as the agenda, then this is a new question, which is actually complicating things.
All right, just a second. We're going to stop with the crosstalk. I am going to allow for some amount of discussion on the adoption of the amended agenda to make sure that debate can be had if people want to have debate. Ms. Harlos, if you could move the currently pending motion off of my speaker list. Thank you. I'm going to go to Maine Delegate Tyler Rowe. Mr. Rowe, did you have?
I was after Montana Delegate Daoud.
Okay, well then, Mr. Rowe, you've already spoken quite often tonight. We're going to go to.
Basically, I think the delegation has been 90% in favor of calling all questions. We want to call the question to adopt this agenda. I think all factions of the party wants to call this agenda, and I call the question. All previous questions.
Mr. Rowe, no, Mr. Rowe, no. You don't get to tell me that Mr. Daoud was in front of you and then stop Mr. Daoud from being recognized. Just no. Mr. Daoud, go ahead.
I apologize if the volume's bad here. I had to charge my headset. And I was on this list just to call the question. So if you're not allowing calling the question, you could move on to the next.
I was just trying to, I know that I'm actually going to stop. I'm going to just go to Massachusetts Delegate Peter Everett because he was the one who raised this question of whether or not debate should be allowed. I think it should be allowed. Mr. Everett or Dr. Everett, please go ahead. Go ahead, Dr. Everett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. While I am in favor of an agenda that puts the nominations of our president and vice presidential candidates up front for reasons that we don't need to go into, I think that we should respect the delegates and the body and the time that has been set aside for this convention to do as much as possible in this convention, because it is unlikely that a later sitting will have such a broad and large representation of the delegates, as we can obviously see in the numbers present today. So it is my wish that at some point we include an agenda that includes the election of the new LNC officers and judicial committee, and see how far we can get once we are able to deal with all of these harassing and dilatory and obstructionist motions. Thank you.
Dr. Everett, are you making a motion to amend the agenda?
I would like to see the agenda include the election of LNC officers and judicial committee members
After the presidential and vice presidential nomination?
After the presidential and vice presidential nominations. I think that that can be done without a lot of additional time and respects the time that the body has set aside for this convention.
Okay, so that's the amendment you're moving?
Yes.
Okay. Is there a second? I was going to assume a second, but I don't like to assume anything.
I will second that.
Okay.
Point of order, Mr. Chair. We already closed debate on this.
Your point of order is not well taken, especially for not getting recognized first. All right.
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Ms. Harlos.
Never mind. Thank you.
All right. We will now move. I think Dr. Everett spoke to his amendment.
Mr. Chair, there's a point of parliamentary inquiry that relates to this question in the Q&A.
Okay, I will try and get to it. Which one?
Justin Jelinek from Minnesota.
Okay, Mr. Jelinek raises a parliamentary inquiry. Was there actually a motion to adopt the agenda, or is it just assumed that the bylaw agenda was originally on the table? It was assumed the bylaw agenda was originally on the table as the chair had ruled. We were moving through the amendments. I allowed debate. Dr. Everett made another amendment. I think that answers the parliamentary inquiry. There's a point of order from Alexander Di Benedetto from Nevada. Mr. Di Benedetto. Sorry, I got to find you in order to, oh, go ahead. You should be able to unmute yourself.
Hi, Mr. Sarwark. My point of order is that if the delegate from Nevada did in fact move all previous questions, and as you stated previously, that the main motion was the agenda adoption from the bylaws, then in fact, I think it's in order for us to vote on that and not have further debate or amendments at this time.
I'm going to allow Dr. Everett's amendment.
I appeal the ruling of the chair.
Okay. There's an appeal from the ruling of the chair.
Second.
Okay. Then I will explain the reason for my ruling. The reason for my ruling is that there had been no underlying debate. There was a request and a point of order as to whether or not there could be underlying debate on the main motion. I allowed Dr. Everett to engage in some debate on the main motion, and he made an amendment. I think given the amount of time that's been taken up with things that were not substantive, it is in order to allow somebody to make an amendment and then the delegates can choose whether or not to adopt it. I don't think it's appropriate to use points of order to try and stop people from engaging in debate that they want to be heard. Everybody wants to be heard. And so that's the reason for my ruling. Ms. Harlos, if you would like to speak to why you think I was out of order, go ahead.
Certainly, I do believe Mr. Di Benedetto is correct. All previous questions were moved. And while I can appreciate that members wish to debate, all the other motions where one person got up and moved to close debate, there were always people who wished to debate. I think the 2/3 vote that we just had, where everyone understood we moved all previous questions, is really conclusive, and that it's dilatory to allow a minority that's less than 1/3 to continue to debate. If the point is, in fact, that we always need to allow all debate, I can appreciate that, then we should not be calling the question so easily, and the chair should be saying we haven't had enough debate. But we did call all previous questions, and nothing is precluding the member from making this motion after we adopt the agenda. It's the same threshold. He moves to suspend the rules and move to amend the agenda at 2/3. He's not being prejudiced whatsoever.
Would anyone else like to speak on the appeal from the ruling of the chair?
If I may, Mr. Chair,
Go ahead.
I half agree with you and I half don't. I agree with you on the sense that, yes, there should be debate on election of the LLC, but I agree in the sense that, you know, we've already decided the judiciary question, so it seems duplicative of a decision we already made.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to.
Go ahead, Dr. Ahmad.
I think that because the threshold is the same of 2/3, it's not out of order for this to be brought up at this time. However, I would ask the mover to postpone his motion until after the vice presidential debate, when we'll have a better picture as to how much time we have left.
That's not in order, Dr. Ahmad, for you to enter into debate. That's not.
I'm sorry, I thought we were debating.
You were
whether it's
speaking to whether or not my ruling should be upheld.
That's right, and I
So
said
asking the mover to do something is not speaking to whether or not my ruling should be upheld.
I apologize.
Who else would like to speak on the ruling of the chair?
I would like to speak, Mimi
Go ahead,
from
Ms.
Mimi.
Robeson.
Yeah. I am speaking against the ruling of the chair, as that was the point of order I made previously. All previous questions had been called, which closed debate to allow further debate in the, where we were at is we voted on the amendment, then the amendment, and then we were at the main motion as amended. That was a previous question I'll recall. To allow debate on that was out of order. As Ms. Harlow said, we should go to that because that was where we were at. And if somebody wanted to make a motion at a later time to suspend the rules, that would be in order at that time. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Mr. Valente.
Yes, I'd like to call a question on this.
All right, we will proceed to a vote on whether or not to end debate on the appeal from the ruling of the chair. A yes vote will be to close debate on the appeal from the ruling of the chair. A no vote will be to continue debate on appeal from the ruling of the chair.
Mr. Chair, could you restate the ruling of the chair?
I can, but do you need that before we move to close debate?
I would like that as well.
Okay, so the ruling of the chair was that it was in order to recognize Dr. Everett, to allow him to be recognized to debate on the underlying agenda, and allow him to be in order to move and to amend the agenda to add the elections for LNC and Judicial Committee to the end of the agenda that we were considering at the end of Ms. Butler's amendment.
Got it.
Okay. So now we will move to a vote on whether or not to end debate on the appeal from the ruling of the chair. A yes vote will end debate on the appeal from the ruling of the chair. A no vote will allow us to continue debate on the appeal from the ruling of the chair. We'll keep this open for 2 minutes. Assuming that debate is ended, I will then make my final point on the ruling of the chair, and then we'll move to a vote on whether or not my ruling should be sustained, and then we'll get to move back to business, potentially, depending. Uh,
Twenty seconds left.
Okay, there's a few people who have asked as points of information whether or not the agenda can be amended again. After the agenda is initially adopted, as a suspension of the rules, the agenda can be amended at any point within the convention. It requires 2/3 at any point we want to suspend the rules. The point of adopting the agenda is to adopt the agenda that we all want to go with, so we don't have to do a lot of rule suspensions. But with the poll closed on ending debate, 861 people would like to end debate on the appeal from the ruling of the chair. 57 people would like to continue debate on the appeal from the ruling of the chair. 9 abstained from that question. So by a vote of 861 to 57, we will be done with debate on the appeal from the ruling of the chair. I will explain again that I believed it was in order to allow debate and thus in order to allow Dr. Everett to make his motion so that it can be considered and decided by the delegates whether or not to adopt it. That's my ruling. That's the reason for my ruling. I would ask that you sustain my ruling. We will now move to a vote on whether or not to sustain the ruling of the chair. The question is, shall the ruling of the chair be sustained? A yes vote sustains the ruling of the chair. A no vote overturns the ruling of the chair. The poll is open, whether or not you want to sustain the ruling of the chair or overturn the ruling of the chair. We're about 30 seconds in on the vote of whether to sustain the ruling of the chair. A yes vote sustains my ruling. A no vote overturns my ruling. We're 1 minute and 10 seconds in. We have about 890 votes so far. Again, a yes vote sustains the ruling of the chair. A no vote will overturn the ruling of the chair. About 30 seconds left. All right, we're almost there. All right, I think we're at the 2-minute mark. To sustain the ruling of the chair, 353 yes, 550 no, 24 abstentions. The ruling of the chair is overturned. Dr. Everett's motion is not in order. We'll now move to a vote on adoption of the agenda as amended. We'll do that as a poll. A yes vote will adopt the agenda as amended. A no vote will not adopt the agenda as amended.
Could you restate the motion, please?
It's a good question. I mean, it's whether or not the amended agenda should be adopted. The amended agenda is credentials, adoption of the agenda, president and vice president, and then an adjournment to a second sitting. So we just need to open that poll. All right. Motion to adopt the agenda as amended is up. Poll is out. We'll try and deal with some of the privilege things while the voting is going on. Tennessee Delegate Helmstetler would like the motions listed in a larger field just for the vote. California Delegate Benjamin Adut wants to know how can we see other delegates in other states. You're not able to see all of the participants in webinar mode as a participant, but panelists can see the delegates in the other states. Washington Delegate Joseph Davis asks as a point of information, how many delegates typically attend in-person conventions during a presidential election year? It's been running in the 800 to 900s, often with us getting over the 1,000 for the actual nomination.
45 seconds left.
Right. Oregon Delegate Timothy Perkins asked whether or not a request for information about the nature of taxation would be in order at this time. I can confirm for Mr. Perkins that taxation is in fact theft, as has been previously adopted by earlier Libertarian national conventions, and so it would not be necessary to deal with that point of information at this time. There's a point of parliamentary inquiry about whether or not we would need 2/3 to amend at this time. Once this agenda is adopted, we will need 2/3 to amend it. So it is, as some people have pointed out, it is the same. Ms. McCardle had a point of inquiry, but it's been overtaken by events because Everett's amendment was found to be out of order by the body. The motion to adopt the agenda as amended has 856 yes votes, 52 no votes, and 16 abstentions. The agenda will be adopted in that manner. I'm going to go to Alabama Delegate Noah Reese. Alabama Delegate Noah Reese. And somebody will have to help find him so he can be unmuted. Oh, Mr. Reese, you should be able to talk now.
Yes, sir. Am I being heard?
You are being heard.
I would like to thank you for your patience this evening. And I would like to place a motion on the floor. Whereas, so hear me, all gods of this universe, with no less fervor than did Scarlett O'Hara declare upon the hallowed ground of Terra that she shall never go hungry again. I, Noah Oliver Reese of the great state of Alabama, where we dare defend our rights, do hereby declare that the Alabama delegation is taking notes and will settle up with these pointless obstructionists at the soonest possible opportunity, for the alligators of our neighbor state of Florida are hungry. I so move that Joe Jorgensen receive the nomination, the Libertarian nomination for President of the United States of America. Thank you for your time.
Mr. Reese, I'm going to find that that's out of order. It's not in orders of the day, but I appreciate your sentiments. Thank you. Tennessee Delegate Tricia Butler. Go ahead, Ms. Butler.
Sorry. I would like to motion that we adjourn until tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Austin time.
Was it? I believe you want to do 9 a.m. Austin. I was doing 10 a.m. Austin. That's what's been written places.
10 a.m. Austin time.
I thought you might want to do that just so that people don't get confused. I believe.
Second.
No, I got it. It's a motion to adjourn. It's relatively privileged, and she was recognized, so she had the floor. There's a long speakers list. I don't know whether or not anyone else had any motions that needed to be addressed tonight. Ms. Butler, are you in a big hurry to be done with tonight, or do you want to see whether or not there's other actual business that would be worthy of being done tonight before we move to elections and nominations in the morning?
I'm in no big hurry, but I think that we've accomplished what we need to accomplish tonight.
Okay. If you would indulge me, I just want to try and go through the list and just see if there are other people that have motions that need to be made.
Point of order.
Yes. Who's got the point of order?
Chair, this is the chair of the Oklahoma delegation.
Yes,
a privileged
Mr.
motion has
Williams.
been brought and recognized and seconded. It needs to go to a vote.
Was it seconded?
I second it, Tennessee.
Okay. Mr. Eagle seconded it. Thanks, Mr. Eagle.
Hello?
All right.
Hello? Why?
Hi, Ms. Ryan.
Hi. We had this discussion about this early starting time with a lot of the Pacific states. We're not happy based on the different time zones. For us, we would have to get up at 5 o'clock in the morning for a 10 o'clock session. And the state of California would be an 8 o'clock wake up. And I don't think a lot of the delegates in the Pacific region are cool with that current time. And I don't know how to address it with a motion or something else.
It could be addressed with a motion. You know, I tried to keep it with Texas time because Texas was where we were originally convening. And I tried to make it later in the morning to try and be sensitive to the morning issue. The problem is that if we go much later than 10 a.m. Central Time, there's not a lot of day left. And hopefully tomorrow will go faster than today, but I don't know. But Mr. Williams raised the point of order that we are supposed to consider this motion to adjourn that Ms. Butler made. And so we will consider that motion to adjourn to tomorrow at 10 a.m. Austin time. Let's do a poll. If you're in favor of adjourning at this point till 10 a.m. Austin time tomorrow, vote yes.
Can we not debate this motion?
I don't believe motions to adjourn are debatable.
But Mr. Chairman, the motion was to adjourn until a certain time, and it is debatable as to the start time. If it was a straight motion to adjourn, it would not be debatable, but it is amendable as to what time to resume.
Okay. So I should have allowed debate on the time? Is that what you're saying?
As to the time to resume, yes.
Okay.
Would you like me to pull the poll?
What was that?
Would you like me to pull the poll, Mr. Chairman?
I mean, I think the poll is up there. Let's see how it comes out. Because it's probably going to tell us whether or not people are inclined to change anything, or at least give us information.
Mr. Chair, could I address the state chairs while we're waiting?
Yeah, go ahead.
Just wanted to let you guys know that when we adjourn, we will be sending, when all the delegates as well, we'll be sending out the Zoom meeting for tomorrow's meeting. And we will be sending it to all the people who are currently in as delegates. And then I will send a list to all the current alternates so that much like we did later on this morning. Well, yes, I guess it's still today. But so that the new meeting will be sent out as soon as this one adjourns.
Okay. We're about to 2 minutes on the poll. The poll had the wrong date of May 22nd. I know that it was intended to be May 23rd. It is 10 a.m. Central Time. That poll received 668 yeses, 181 noes, and 31 abstentions. If people would like me to reopen this for debate, if people want to debate over the time, we can do that. Ms. Ryan, go ahead.
Well, I would make a motion if it's 10 o'clock Central Time, which is 5 a.m. Hawaii time. You're basically disenfranchised.
Point of order. We just had a vote on this motion.
No. We're not yelling. We're not.
Excuse me. Point of order. We
Who's
just
raising
had a
the point of
vote
order?
on this motion.
Who's raising
This
the
is
point of order?
Wisconsin delegation chair. And the point of order is that we just had a vote on the motion to adjourn until tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. Texas time.
Correct.
Eastern time.
And during that poll, it was raised that I was not in order to limit debate on the time for adjournment. So I'm correcting the problem I had. Go ahead, Ms. Ryan.
So I would make a motion that we start our gavel in tomorrow, whatever we want to call it, at instead of 10 a.m. Central Time at noon Central Time.
Okay, so that's a motion to amend the motion to adjourn to replace 10 a.m. Central Time with 12 p.m. Central Time.
12 noon.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, is there a second for that motion?
Second.
Okay, there's a second for it. If there is no particular objection to it, I think the quickest thing to do is move to a vote on the Ryan amendment and then move to a vote on the motion to adjourn after the Ryan amendment. Is there any objection to that procedure?
I would say that we still need to allow a little bit of debate.
Okay, so we would like to have a little bit of debate. All right, then we will start. I'll just continue through the list. North Carolina Delegate Chris Cole.
Wait a minute. Why are they saying 10 a.m.? Sorry.
North Carolina Delegate Chris Cole. We've got to find you, Mr. Cole, and then we'll let you speak.
Hi, Nick. I'm good. I put my hand down about 20 minutes ago.
Okay. Kentucky Delegate Chris Wiest.
Mr. Chair, I move to call the question.
Mr. Wiest would like to end debate.
Seconded. Nikayla.
I got it. I really just wish that. All right. There's
Mr. Chair,
Ms. Harlos.
did you announce the results on the amended agenda?
Yeah, a while ago. I thought I did.
The 668 to 181 was the non-binding poll.
No, I know, but I thought we had done the results on the amended agenda. But is this, Ms. Harlos?
Ms. Harlos, I'll send it to you. I wrote down the numbers.
Thank you
All right.
very much.
So I don't think it's proper to close debate without there being debate. I appreciate your attempt, Mr. Wiest, but I don't think that's right.
I challenge ruling of the chair.
You stop, Stephen. Please. Please. What are you what are you appealing? Tell me what you're appealing.
Why wouldn't it be in order? Is there it might not be proper, but it's in order.
Mr. Brown?
Mr. Chairman, you might just ask if there's any objection to closing debate.
All right. Is there any objection to closing debate?
Yes.
There is objection to closing debate. No one had actually debated. I don't think it's appropriate to move the previous question without there being any debate. As a presiding officer, I don't think it's proper.
Were you asking me my opinion on?
Sure,
on
Mr. Brown.
I believe it. I believe it is proper. It's a bit unorthodox as it is when somebody speaks on a motion and then moves to close debate. But I think somebody can move immediately to close debate.
Fine. Let the debate be closed. We will move to a vote. Shall debate be closed on the amendment to the motion to adjourn? Yes or no?
When your key's frazzled.
Ms. Harlos, you have the issues wrong. Ms. Butler moved the adjournment to 10 a.m. Central tomorrow. Ms. Ryan moved an amendment to 12 p.m. Central.
Okay, thank you. Because somebody had texted me that it was backwards, but I was, so Sheer was 10 and Ryan was 12. So I had them backwards. Thank you.
You're welcome.
1 minute.
1 minute left on the motion on the vote to end debate.
Mr. Chair, I hate to do this, but one of my California delegates has a point of order. Joe Dean.
Black channel business.
What point of order could we possibly have at this point?
I don't know. He just says he has a point of order.
Let me go into the Q&A that now has 96 things in it, all of which are not points of order, I'm sure.
Ten seconds.
All right. 738 in favor of ending debate, 156 opposed to ending debate, 22 abstentions. 738 to 156, debate will be ended. We'll now move to a vote on the Ryan amendment, which would amend the motion to adjourn to be 12 p.m. Central Time instead of 10 a.m. Central Time. Mr. Dean, is your point of order about moving to that vote? Joe Dean from California, is your point of order about that vote? Someone can find Mr. Dean and allow him to speak. Go ahead, Mr. Dean.
My point of order was that the motion as displayed on the screen did not match what was moved, but that has been since corrected. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we're now going to move to a vote on the motion to amend the start time, or to amend the motion to adjourn to replace 10 a.m. with 12 p.m. So a yes vote will have us come back at 12 p.m. Central tomorrow. A no vote will have us come back at 10 a.m. Central tomorrow. Go ahead and do the poll.
Actually, a no vote leaves it undecided. You would then need to vote separately on the 10 a.m. motion.
That is, I believe you're incorrect, Mr. Brown. I believe that the motion had 10 a.m. in its original form, and the Ryan motion would amend 10 a.m. to be 12 p.m. So we are voting on the amendment to the motion to adjourn, and then we will vote on the motion to adjourn, because it will be a 10 a.m. motion in absence of the Ryan amendment.
Or yeah, you do still need to vote on the final motion.
We will, yes. Yes, that's the next thing. We're moving through things as quickly as we can with 2-minute polls. So again, this would be a motion to amend the motion to adjourn to change 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. A yes vote would change it to 12 p.m. A no vote would leave it at 10 a.m. both times Central Time.
"45 seconds left.
Mr. Requero raises a point of information as to whether or not reconsideration between now and Sunday is in order to fix the second sitting issue. It is in order to reconsider or in order to suspend the rules to modify the agenda in any way, which is actually a little simpler than reconsideration. Same thresholds. We have results. 295 yes, 587 no, 38 abstentions. So by a vote of 295 to 587, the Ryan amendment fails. We now move to the underlying motion to adjourn to tomorrow at 10 a.m. Central Time. We will now have a poll on that motion to adjourn. A yes vote will have us be adjourned to 10 a.m. Central tomorrow. A no vote will allow us to continue business tonight.
May I make a point of parliamentary inquiry?
Maybe, Mr. Kielski, what parliamentary inquiry do you have?
At what point would it be appropriate to make a motion to suspend the rules and amend 10 a.m. to 11 a.m.?
I believe we're proceeding to a vote. So
is it a privileged motion to suspend the rules and amend that?
No, because what you're trying to do is you're trying to get out from under the vote. You're trying to like make it so we don't have to get to the vote. There's not an appetite for it, Mr. Kielski.
All right, never mind.
I'm telling you, I'm reading these polls and it doesn't look like it's there.
Mr. Chair, can you please repeat the vote result?
Yes, 295, 587. All right, so we're going to now move to a poll on whether or not we should adjourn to May 23 at 10 a.m. or not.
Mr. Chair, may I request information, please?
Mr. Manzo, what is your request?
How are nominating tokens going to be handled?
You'll get information about that later. I think if this motion to adjourn passes, I will stay on the call to try and explain what's going to happen tomorrow, because I feel like people might want to know that.
Mr. Chair, I may have information on that if you wish.
We'll get there at that point.
Thank you.
All right, the people who keep putting stuff in the Q&A should stop putting stuff in the Q&A, please.
1 minute.
There's a request for information. No, the speakers list will not be kept the same when we start tomorrow. There's a point of order that we did not close debate on all pending questions, just the amendment. I don't think that's correct. I think we had closed debate on all the previous questions. That was how I took it.
Ten seconds.
There's a request for information about whether this affects the start time for Sunday. It does not affect anything for Sunday. We don't actually have any known times beyond tomorrow. At this point, with a vote of 772 in favor and 120 opposed, 772 to 120, we will be adjourned till tomorrow at 10 a.m. Central Time. Mr. Goldstein would like to be recognized. He has information on behalf of the Convention Oversight Committee. Go ahead, Mr. Goldstein.
I would just like to announce that as of this afternoon, the Convention Committee has come to a agreeable contract solution with the hotel. We've run it past the LNC's legal counsel several times and gone back and forth, but we now have a document that we believe the chair would be ready to sign if he's willing to do so at his leisure.
Do I have that document?
I don't believe you have it yet, but we can make sure you get it by tomorrow.
It would help.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Ms. Harlos, go ahead.
would you, that information on the
Please.
nomination tokens?
Yep.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Fishman and I will be getting together after the adjournment of this meeting to be sending out the nomination tokens.
Okay, thank you.
Credentials?
Mr. Pepiton from Arizona. Mr. Pepiton from Arizona. Go ahead, Mr. Pepiton.
Yes, Mr. Chair. I have waited for 3.5 hours at this point to make my motion, and I was never heard and never allowed to speak.
And I apologize. I will recognize you first thing in the morning.
I appreciate it, Mr. Chair.
Can you please remind me, Mr. Pepiton, that I'm recognizing you first thing in the morning?
I will do my best, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Credentials has a word.
Go ahead, Ms. Hogarth.
If state chairs would like to add, all the delegations are full, but if state chairs would like to add alternates and they still have alternate spaces, if they get the names to credentials@lp.org overnight or early, then we can probably qualify those people and add them to the report in the morning for consideration by the body. Does that make sense?
That does make sense to me. Right.
Information, are we adjourned?
Point of order.
So it's Mr. Lucchini, I'll answer your point of information first. We are actually adjourned. This is just information being provided. So Dr. Ahmad, your point of order is not probably well taken since we're not in order, but I'll try you anyway. Go ahead, Dean.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask you to point out to the body, because so many people are asking questions, is there any way they can get recognized besides the Q&A? And one of the reasons that delegation chairs are allowed to unmute themselves is so that if people draw the attention of a state chair to the fact that they have a point of order that's not being recognized, they can bring that to your attention.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Harlos, I think you have adjournment as 7:57 Central, and it should be, in fact, 9:57 Central.
Me and time zones do not get along.
It's okay.
That's why I put mountain everywhere else, and then I'm like,
So I believe, if Mr. Fishman's still on, that we can have the room open at 9 a.m. Central Time tomorrow for people to start filing in?
Yes.
Okay. Is there anyone else who has any information that's necessary before tomorrow? I understand that there's quite a few people who had things that they wanted to say. I can recognize a few more people and kind of try and get through the speakers list if people just want to be heard. But
Mr. Chairman, Michael Kilsky from Arizona.
Go ahead, Mr. Kielski.
Thank you so much. You have once again demonstrated what a professional job that you do in handling some exceptionally difficult people, myself included. Thank you.
Here, here.
Thank you, Mr. Kielski. Nevada Delegate Liz Del Signore. Go ahead, Ms. Del Signore.
Hi. So I've been waiting on this for a while, but thank you for A, saying my name right, Nick. Most
my
people
best.
butcher it. And B, I really commend your patience because I would have absolutely lost my marbles with some of these people by now.
Okay. California Delegate Brian McWilliams. Go ahead, Mr. McWilliams.
Excellent.
Mr. McWilliams, I think you were unmuted.
Okay, now I'm muted. Yeah, Nick, you've done a great job tonight. Honestly, I would have lost, like the last woman said, I would have lost my SH. You know what? I just want to encourage people. Look, I know people have a lot to say. I know people want to get their point across. This is ridiculous. What's going on tonight is ridiculous. We've got nothing accomplished. Nothing has been done. Nothing has been achieved here. It's embarrassing. It's embarrassing to me. It's embarrassing to the party that I put my name behind. And I encourage people to get shit done. Stop with this parliamentary nonsense. It's embarrassing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McWilliams. California Delegate Benjamin Adut. You should be able to speak now, Mr. Adut. Maybe.
I pass.
Okay, good. Delaware Delegate Will McVeigh, go ahead.
I actually put my hand down, but it wasn't updated. So thank you, Mr.
Fair enough. New York Delegate Blake Tarnoff.
Can you hear me?
I can, Mr. Tarnoff. Go ahead.
Hi. My personal preference was to do as much business as possible because I don't think I'm going to be, today at this weekend, because I don't think I'm going to be able to make it to the convention in Orlando. I really doubt it. But nevertheless, I think it's completely clear from the bylaws that that this is not a legal convention under the bylaws. And so I think that it would be appropriate. It doesn't seem like it's that difficult to make a motion that's in the nature of a bylaws change, that for this year only, despite the bylaws, we're going to suspend the bylaws and allow this convention. I think that should be a separate vote. It should require a 2/3 vote according to my reading of the bylaws. And that in itself would not make the convention legal, because you have to have a convention in order to make that vote. You can't have a convention vote itself to be a convention. But then just that vote alone, if that vote alone is then later ratified by an in-person convention, then that would make that legal. And it's against my personal interest to do this, but to suggest this. But nevertheless, I think it's legally required by the bylaws.
Mr. Tarnoff, I disagree, and the delegates assembled disagree. And so that is not going to be in order. You could always move to suspend the rules to try and add that business in, but I believe this is a legal convention. I believe it's been upheld that it's a legal convention. And so
That's the question: is can the convention itself decide that it itself
yes,
is legal? So
they write the bylaws.
that's right, but they have to be a convention in order to write the bylaws. So the question is, are they a convention?
Yes, the answer is yes. We've already answered it. Thank you, Mr. Tarnoff. All right.
Point of information, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Mr. Flower, what is it?
I'm trying to remember. There's a number that people can call to maybe get some more gold and more seats.
Some what?
Could you remind us of our number that people can call?
Oh, in order to support the Libertarian Party? It's 1-800
Yes.
elect us. Everybody knows that.
Thank you.
1-800 elect us. All right. I just want to address Michigan Delegate Scotty Bowman. I removed your name from the top of the list without letting you speak. And if you keep abusing the Q&A, you won't get to speak for a long time. So don't. All right. I'm going to stop taking questions. I think I'm kind of done with this evening. I will see you all tomorrow at 10 a.m. Central Time. The room will be open at 9 a.m. Central Time. Be ready. Have your game faces on. I think we got through most of the things that require a lot of anger and emotion. And so hopefully we can move a little quicker tomorrow.
As well, Nick.
Thanks, Nick.
Mr. Chairman, congratulations. You handled today's meeting very well.
Thank you, Richard.
I'll second that, Nick.
All right.
Congratulations.
We'll see whether I can do it again tomorrow.
Thank you.
See you guys tomorrow. Get a lot of sleep tonight.
Thanks. Bye-bye.
Good night. Not everybody.
Karen Ann?
Richard.
Karen Ann, are you on?
Yes, yes.
You want to meet in the stand-up room?
Yeah, I'll be right there.
All right, bye. Guys, I'm going to end the meeting.
Bye.